All right. Good morning, everyone. We will now call the Housing, Urban Development, and Zoning Committee order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderman Browning. Chair Clark Hubbard. 5 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. With that, I'll accept a motion for the approval of the minutes from Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderman Browning. Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
You have 5 aye votes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to move this agenda around out of respect for our directors and our mayor's administration's time this morning. Instead of introducing the board bill first, we're going to do the American Recover Plan Act, ARPA funding, discussion, updates, and presentations from the departments. With that, I'll call the mayor's administration up to introduce.
Good afternoon or morning or whatever time zone it is here. Jared Boyd, Chief of Staff in the Mayor's Office, and want to thank the committee for their time this morning. We're here to provide an update on ARPA spending and dive into some of the categories that have been appropriated. We have several department heads with us this morning who will also be providing updates for some of their expenditures as well. We're going to try and we've worked with the committee chair to schedule this and be mindful of your time, but also thorough. So we're going to present on Department of Health, Office of Violence Prevention, Department of Public Safety, SLATE, and affordable housing. And then at that point, we will break and entertain questions and efforts to answer your questions, but also allow for some of the operational department heads to leave once their portions are complete. So with that, just want to provide context. The city of St. Louis, like many other cities, received ARPA funding to respond to a lot of the impacts of COVID and other historic inequities. Some cities received their ARPA funding in one tranche. St. Louis is a city that received our ARPA funding in 2 tranches. So we essentially received half of the ARPA tranche, $249 million, in June of 2021, and went through an extensive community outreach program to look at how do we respond to direct needs. So that was the emphasis of the first appropriation that was passed in August of 2021. Subsequently, there have been additional appropriations for infrastructure, for community violence, and for other needs. Just as a reminder, in the city, we can only appropriate funds that we actually have, so we had to wait until we received that second tranche to begin appropriating that money. So to date, we've programmed $228 million of the $498 million. When we say program, those are obligating funds to a specific contract or beneficiary. So, and then we'll also dive into where other expenditures lie, because that number doesn't capture where other programs are in terms of where they are in the pipeline. And from an expenditure standpoint, we've expended about $84 million. And just as a reminder, the funds have to be obligated by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2026. So the first department we're going to cover is the Department of Health. And as you can see, they've been appropriated to date about $17 million and have programmed about 10.5 of that with $7 million in expenditures. And if we look at most of these line items, most of them have been programmed, and we'll just give a brief overview of some of these. Canvassing community outreach, the Department of Health contracted with the People's Action Corps to canvass, and they reached over 3,000 people to talk about community health needs. That program has largely been complete. Community health workers, while only 128,000 of this has been programmed to date, there is a NOFA that is being scored on this expenditure. So once that NOFA is scored, we expect a large portion of those funds to get programmed. With respect to behavioral health providers and community violence intervention programs, it's important to note that before the Office of Violence Prevention was started, a lot of those efforts were funded in the Department of Health because they had the back office capacity to administer those programs. With respect to youth-led programming, the Mental Health Board is administering those programs. To date, we've served over 3,400 youth and done over 60 programs. Mobile vaccine clinics, I believe there are going to be there will be two additional mobile vans for the health department. Vaccine education and marketing and the vaccine incentive program. The health department has done yeoman's work in getting vaccine gift cards out to people. They are noting that it is becoming more difficult to encourage people to use those gift cards. And I will note that we expended money for the gift cards, and then the Board of Aldermen saw the success of that program and the need for increasing or providing additional support for that program. With respect to reproductive equity, there are a number of funds associated with it and some of them were caught up in a legal case, and some of them, while not a part of that legal case, were impacted by the cloud of that legal case. And someone from our office will talk a little bit more about that with the reappropriation. But part of that money is being utilized for doula services with a number of community organizations. So that community needs portion of the reproductive equity fund is for a lot of those doula, lactation, maternal health services. And like I said, talked a little bit about the COVID vaccine efforts for treatment. In terms of other areas, animal care and control, I think, we're continue to look for a building for those efforts. In terms of behavioral health, there are 4, I believe, service providers who have been contracted or are close to having finalized contracts for those efforts. And in terms of emergency preparedness, I think we're looking at some additional fleet expenditures for emergency health. And then lastly, worker safety curriculum and training. I believe SEIU has been awarded a contract to provide that service. So, like I said, discuss some of these appropriations. And in terms of OVP, who will present next with Will Pinckney, who leads that effort, a lot of the funds that started that office were placed initially in the Department of Health for administrative purposes. And with that, I'm going to bring Will Pinkney up to discuss the Office of Violence Prevention.
So good morning. Thank you for taking your time today. So I want to discuss the Office of Violence Prevention. You see in front of you the amount that's been appropriated in ARPA funds to the office, about $26 million. We programmed about $11.2 million. We've expended so far about $1 million. As you know, the office was created back in August of last year, and the office was created with myself. So we spent the larger part of the year building out staffing. About a third of our staff has been hired since May, and those staff were mostly the staff that deals with contracts. The goal of the office is to implement a CVI ecosystem in the city of St. Louis that's really focused on reducing violence and working parallel to law enforcement. That ecosystem really involves looking at crisis response, which we do, neighborhood stabilization, mediation, hospital-based violence intervention, which we have a program now that not run by OVP, but we're looking to partner with our hospital systems and the Institute, Washington University Institute of Public Health. It focuses on reentry, this ecosystem, victim services, and wraparound services. So everything we do in terms of the organizations that we partner with, that we fund, and that we look to build capacity in is geared around developing this ecosystem. The approach, the CVI strategy, is one of a public health approach. And through that public health approach, we are looking to find a problem, as in a public health approach, identify risk factors and protective factors, because we're looking to address root causes of crime. That's the best way to deal with the historical issues that have led to where we are today. We want to ensure adoption of effective strategies. So we want to identify effective strategies and solicit innovative ideas from community organizations. And we want to develop and test those strategies, right? And so the whole idea is to identify what are often called credible messengers in communities, people who have lived in and worked in communities, who have been working hard to try and address those root causes and those challenges, and fund those people, organizations where they might not be ready for funding, build capacity to do that. And then as we build out this ecosystem, the goal is to decrease crime. Am I supposed to change the slides? I'm used to having people do that for me, so. I'm just kidding. So I talked a little bit about this already, about the strategic direction that we want to do. Most of what we do is fund community organizations. We do have some staff in office that do some case management around reentry services, and that's related to some of the goals of the administration in creating initially the supportive reentry office, which was absorbed into OVP. As we think about this, I talked about the staff already. It wasn't just about building the staff, it's about building the infrastructure of the office itself, right? And so we needed to build the capacity to collect data so that we could report. As I said, we want to identify effective strategies. So that means as we contract with people, we want to be collecting data to understand if what they're doing is effective, if we're working in the places that we need to work, if we're serving people who live in the communities that are most impacted. We also had to develop a program infrastructure to take in funds and to do contracting. Currently, we have about 31 contracts. We also oversee Prop S funds, so that takes a lot. And for a new department, you have to build that by hiring contract compliance, which all of my colleagues also need contract compliance officers. That's a challenge in the city, but we need to manage contracts effectively. And so we were building out that programmatic structure. We acquired technology so that we could do this efficiently, and so that we want to make this as easy as possible for the organizations we contract with, some of whom are very small and don't have that capacity. So we built out a really good invoicing process. We know that we're going to need to identify grants and some funding. We want to have, multiple funding streams coming in. And so we've done some grant consulting, or we've contracted with people to do grants consulting so we can build an effective grants infrastructure. And then generally, we need to maintain the contracts. As we think about the office now a little over a year in, sustainability is important. So currently, we have about $8.1 million in annual contracts. We know ARPA is going to end at some point, and we're not even funding as many organizations as we would like in many areas as we would like. So really, we need to think about how do we go beyond the ARPA funding in terms of sustaining this work, because it is important work, and we're working with a lot of great organizations. We do still have 2 RFPs that are open, and this goes back to while I said we programmed about 11,000 funds. We are still looking to work with more organizations. We're hopefully in the short term going to be funding a couple of organizations around reentry, a couple of more around reentry. We just opened a youth programming RFP that is about $3.6 million in ARPA funds that's built on. We anticipate contracting all those funds before the end of this fiscal year. And so all those funds will be expended. And like I said, we still have programming that we're looking to do around youth programming. The Youth Advocates Program, where we were partnering with the Youth Mental Health Board, is a program that we're looking to continue to fund after the initial piece with the MHBS funding. We're looking to set up a youth assessment center. We started meeting with organizations in the city that serve youth, especially those that are most high risk. And we're talking to them about co-locating. We're working with UMSL and an academic partner around what's best practices in setting up a youth assessment center. It'll be a location where youth will be screened and then connected to services. And then there's a public safety collaborative that's been started in the city in partnership with the Police and Equity. That public safety collaborative is people in the community looking at data around crime, but looking at it from a place-based perspective, and then identifying strategies to help decrease and eliminate the crime in those areas. So that's something we definitely want to continue, and that is something that's definitely part of this public safety ecosystem. So if you look at the funding, the current funding that we have appropriated and programs, you'll see that we work with the Urban League. They're doing some violence prevention work in the Baden neighborhood, which has some historical issues. We contract with Freedom Community Center, who's doing some great work around restorative justice in multiple neighborhoods. Mission St. Louis has a program that really addresses employment for those who are returning from incarceration. Diamond Diva Empowerment Organization works in domestic violence and does a lot for survivors, especially in an emergency situation and getting them stable. Everyone knows the Power for STL, the T, who we contract with, who's doing great work around trauma through the BRIC and through the Key around harm reduction and addiction services. Employment Connections is doing violence prevention work in the Peabody, Doss Webby neighborhood and the Peabody and LaSalle housing development. Legal Services for Eastern Missouri is doing work around domestic violence. We also have, I don't know why they're there twice, Behavioral Health Response, which everyone knows is we're doing a couple of programs. We just added one. So we were doing our call diversion program for people in crisis, our co-responder program. And they have started embedding clinicians in our 911 communication center to help in dispatching what will be a non-law enforcement response, an alternate response. Those clinicians in the call center are already trained up, and they're going to really help support that diversion, those call diversion efforts, the co-responder efforts, and the non-law enforcement response. And then we've entered into 2 contracts around violence interruption services that are replacing our contract with Cure Violence around technical assistance for violence interruption. Live Free USA is the technical assistance provider, and Mission St. Louis is the provider that's hiring our violence interrupters. They're going to be in the 3 neighborhoods that we currently had, and we're looking at a 4th neighborhood as well. So we're going to have 4 sites as a result of this contract. So that's where I'll stop, and I'll hand it off to the Department of Public Safety. Thank you for your time.
All right, Department of Public Safety, as you can It's been appropriated almost $20 million. In terms of the funds that have been programmed, about 2.5 million, but there's a lot of money that's in progress and $725,000 expenditures. So here are the line items for Department of Public Safety. Uniform police overtime, at one point that was $5 million expenditure. That was reduced to $2.5 million. And we intend to reappropriate that money based upon the fact that it has not been needed. The police department has overtime in their operating budget, and currently they are not at their capacity for their manning table. So if there are instances when they need overtime, they can simply have money transferred from unfilled positions to provide that overtime. And that overtime was also, I think, projected based upon some of the years following the Stockley verdict, some of the years in which police overtime may have gone up due to protest and other issues that we have not had in the past year or 2 years. So 2.5 of that 5 million was reappropriated to the Real-Time Crime Center. The majority of that program funding has gone towards those large trailers that you see that are deployed, they're sometimes called Sky Cops, but they are mobile and can be deployed based upon trends in public safety. There is additional money that is intended to deal with fiber optic issues. Oftentimes, cameras are paid for from disparate sources, and there isn't funding to pay for some of the fiber optic issues that the camera system is run upon. Additionally, there are LPR cameras that potentially need to be replaced. In terms of building stabilization, there's $13 million in building stabilization funds, and I'm going to delve into that a little deeper when we go to the next couple slides. With respect to CAD software 911, we entered into a contract last July with the understanding that it would take between 12 and 18 months to both order the equipment, install the equipment, and do the training. So while those funds have not been technically expended, contract was entered into last July with the understanding that it would be a long process towards implementation. And the CAD software will allow the police department operators to use the same technology that the fire and EMS used. So we are excited about that, in addition to the uptick in 911 operators that have recently been hired. We've started with about 50 vacancies, down to about 13 vacancies. And while new operators have to do, both operators and dispatchers have to do training, I think we are headed in the positive direction on both software and hiring there. So with respect to private vacant building stabilization, the city has $13 million, and since this appropriation, a cross-departmental effort has been undertaken to both identify potential properties for this use and criteria. So building division, city councilor's office / problem properties, the mayor's office, SCLDC, CDA, planning, cultural resources, and legal services of Eastern Missouri has also been a part of this process. So in March of 2023, we started this process, and the mayor issued an executive order setting forth criteria, some of which include having buildings that have historic merit, landlord history, visibility, and potential out-of-state or dissolved LLCs. Other criteria that we used include whether the property's in a QCT, whether it's close to a Prop NS or other privately owned or LRA property that is showing some signs of return. So trying to find synergy. So we started with 135 properties. Some of these properties were eliminated for various reasons, including landlords or property owners actually doing demos on the property, legal services, having active litigation against some of the property owners, bankruptcy, folks doing rehab. So we ended up with about 61 properties in our initial phase. And all these properties are condemned. So currently there are 61 buildings that we have issued a notice of intent to preserve and stabilize. 10% of those properties are involved in litigation. So once we issue that notice, the owner has taken us to court. 10%, which is great, or evidence of the effectiveness, is that sometimes that notice to preserve will spur an owner to take action without us having to spend money. So that can include the owner, in some instances, doing the demo, correcting the code violations, or donating it. There are folks who get in over their heads with some of these properties and honestly just need a little bit of help getting out of that situation. 67 of these properties have been awarded to contractors, so there are 51 or 41 rather properties that we're dealing with, and 10% are in progress and 3% are complete. So while funds for programming have not indicated this, out of those 41 buildings, we anticipate spending just a little under $5 million on those properties. We have another tranche of funding for about, or another estimated 13 buildings for about $1.3 million. And so we will, in short order, have spent 6 of the $13 million. And what we've learned from this process, it takes us about 101 days median time to go from notice to preserve to actually finish construction. So almost 30 days for issuing that notice to preserve. Then there's time for contracting. Then we're seeing about 36 median days on the construction process. So like I said, about 101 days to complete this process after we've identified it. And some of the other issues have not, have gone our way. So one of the properties we've completed is in Hyde Park, across the street from the park, and builds upon a lot of the momentum in that area. So we are excited to see where that program goes. And with that, I will turn it over to Frederica McLowan at Slate.
An honor and a privilege to be before you today. So Slate was appropriated $10,350,000. Program funds so far obligated to contracts is about $9.9 million. Program funds $9.9 million, and our awarded contracts were at about $9,122,783.92. Our expenditures are before you a little over $1.7 million. So these were Slate's line items that we were charged with the ARPA funds. Our year-round youth jobs, case management and wraparound services, which we've bundled into our year-round jobs because we know how important it is to cater to the holistic youth in order for them to be successful with employment. So making sure that we provide those case management and wraparound services to ensure their success. Also, summer youth jobs. We have an adult education, literacy, and training program, which I will dive into a little bit more in my next slide. Our job training and software development, child support arrears program, more year-round jobs, and then we've created a Skill Up Challenge for CDLs, and we have helped to be able to create the pipeline to city jobs by providing individuals who enroll in that program with the opportunity to get paid training to obtain their CDL with the hope of funneling them into city employment. So I'll talk a little bit more about these when we talk about impact and what ARPA funds has been able to do for Slate and for the community. So our first program is the Adult Education and Literacy Program. This program is in partnership with our primary subrecipient, Educational Data Systems Incorporated in partnership with St. Louis Public Schools AEL. The total award for this was about $900,000, and the goal of this program was to enroll 75 participants in order to help them obtain their high school equivalency, gain paid work experience, so being able to connect them to job opportunities while earning their high set. And then once they completed the program, if they wanted to be funneled into training, that we would pay for training through this program. This program is currently in progress. We have 21 of the 75 participants enrolled. All 21 of them have increased in their literacy and numeracy gains. We have about 7 high sets that we have obtained so far, with 2 more in the pipeline. I will learn at the end of today if those individuals have gained their high set. But this program has been really helpful for us in making sure that individuals get the credentials that they need to be successful. Our child support arrears program, the award for that was about $1 million. We are in partnership with Fathers and Family Support with this program. 150 participants is the goal to enroll. So far, they have enrolled 18 of the 150. All 18 have completed the program and have received up to $5,000 in payments towards their child support arrears. The program is a combination of job readiness training, life skills training, civic engagement and involvement, community service, and a variety of different trainings and workshops that these individuals go through, that once they complete the program, they are connected to employment opportunities and are able to catch up in their child support arrears. So this program is still currently in progress. It will end at the end of next year. And so we are very proud of this program because it provides those who are non-custodial parents with the opportunity to gain employment and catch up on their child support payments. Our CDL Skill Up St. Louis program is one of my faves. This program is where we provide training, paid training for clients who enter the program with the hope of them gaining their CDL and going into a city job once they have completed the program. So far, the goal for enrollment is 75. We have enrolled 55 of the 75. We have a graduation on November 3rd with about 20 participants that will graduate with their CDL. And so we want to make our ARPA dollars work for us. It starts at home first. And so we must take care of home. And so that is so important when we talk about creating that pipeline of city jobs, that once they're done, we will be able to connect them with one of the city departments after they have obtained that credential. Our Tech Force training program is something that we want to intend to reallocate the funds. Slate has very many other grants that cater to Tech Force and tech training. And so we're able to cover the cost of tech training through some of those other programs. And so one of our interests is going into our program called Prison of Prosperity. And you guys will learn a little bit about that later, but our Prison of Prosperity program provides the opportunity for the Slate team to go inside of institutions and provide those pre-release trainings and pre-release services that job seekers will need, that once they're released, they are able to connect to employment immediately. So that may be working towards their high school equivalency, job readiness training, life skills, and things of that nature to ensure success upon release. The majority of our ARPA funding went towards youth jobs. Youth jobs, I have to say, is my favorite because it provides that opportunity for our young people to start early and be connected to employment. Previously, Slate served under some of their other grants, youth jobs that started between the ages of 16 to 24 years old. Through ARPA, we were able to provide year-round job opportunities for as early as 12 years old. So we're so excited about that. We do some virtual learning with our 12 and 13-year-olds where we go into the schools and start early with them. Once they're done with school, our team is there to work with them on the computers and work towards job readiness training and exploring career pathways at an early age. Summer Youth, our Summer Jobs program, was primarily in partnership with St. Louis Public Schools. The enrollment goal was 600. They exceeded that, as you can see, by more than double. They enrolled 1,393 young people into the Summer Jobs program. Our year-round jobs program, the first one is with Educational Data Systems Incorporated. Their goal was 200. They enrolled 216. Of that 216, 188 of those young people are working or have returned to post-secondary education, while the others return to secondary education. We also have a part two of that, which is currently in progress. We have the enrollment goal is 200. We have enrolled 138 of that 200, and that program is scheduled to end in 2026, so I know we will exceed that goal. And then the final program is with STL Youth Jobs for year-round employment. It is currently in progress. It has not began yet. That one will end towards the middle of 2026, and the goal is 200. So through our ARPA funds, we have been able to service 1,747 young people, and by the end of this program, the goal is to service 2,085. So thank you so much for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Pearson. I'm the Director of the Department of Human Services, and I will be delivering my presentation today via interpretive dance. Perfect. All right. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to meet with you all today. I think my responsibilities are twofold: to talk about some of the work that DHS has been doing with some of these ARPA funds, and then to uplift some of the work of our community partners through which we work very intentionally with some of these items and some of the programming that we are able to do every day. So I think I want to first cover the overview. So appropriated funds for DHS, 66 million. Program funds, 45 million. Expenditures, 31 million. And we have a few areas here, and I'm not going to go through these one by one, but I did want to highlight a good number of these just to kind of give you guys a background about what the program is, how it performs, and who we partner with to help out the community. So for rental utility assistance, between ERA 1 and ERA 2, these are programs that supported community members with rental assistance and utilities. Almost 2,500 households were served with ERA 2 alone, with the average amount of rental and utility assistance being just under $3,000. And so what some of the feedback was we heard from the community is that these funds were absolutely essential for helping to maintain housing for a number of individuals. Some of the data that is coming out of different housing policy workshops points to the need of supporting individuals with disabilities, seniors, families with rental assistance, with seniors being the demographic that is experiencing the highest increase of evictions nationally. Toddlers being the second group that is disproportionately impacted. So ERA 1 and ERA 2 were used to help out a number of these individuals in those populations, and then for the broader population as well, for those who are facing eviction or facing the need to bolster their income for rental assistance. Mortgage assistance for the appropriated funds is 2.5 million. This was dispersed across 3 different agencies to provide mortgage assistance to homeowners. And so these agencies included Park Central Development Corporation, the Salvation Army, and the Urban League. This is allocated primarily for households that have fallen 30 days or more behind on mortgages. For the Real and Property Tax Forgivable Loan Fund, these funds were distributed in partnership with Collective Revenue, Park Central Development, again, Legal Services of Eastern Missouri, and Prosperity Connection. All of these groups make up what we call RETAF, which is the St. Louis Real Estate Tax Assistance Fund. RETAF combats the displacement of St. Louis homeowners who are unable to keep up with their property taxes and who are at risk of tax foreclosure and losing their family home. These funds were used to pay off delinquent taxes on homes scheduled for tax sale. Safe Haven is a program that we have actually extended funding for. The Safe Haven is a program that St. Patrick's Center runs. And so St. Patrick's Center is a very reliable partner for the St. Louis region as far as combating homelessness, providing comprehensive housing solutions out in the community. For those of you who are not familiar with the concept of a safe haven, this is a very low barrier location for unhoused individuals to go in the daytime and in the evening who might not have anywhere else to go. The individuals typically served by a safe haven are folks who might have been banned from other shelters or individuals that are traditionally very hard to serve, perhaps because they might have untreated mental illness or significant trauma, significant criminal history. And so St. Patrick's Center has been doing extraordinary work with running the Safe Haven program. We've extended their contract through the winter so that we could house folks when it gets really cold outside. They have a capacity of 25 individuals who are chronically homeless, and it operates in North St. Louis. For emergency shelter, ARPA was used to dedicate funds to the operation of emergency shelter. And in one case, we have used ARPA to support an organization that wants to purchase a shelter facility. I know there's some ongoing conversation right now through the Board of Aldermen about how to support providers who want to expand shelter services. And this organization, Peter and Paul Community Services, has received funding from the board and from the city to purchase a building that would help expand some of their shelter services in the community. So right now they're in the process of trying to find a site that could work for them. So that's one of the examples of emergency shelter and how ARPA has helped to service some of these clients who are unhoused. Across all the emergency shelters that we fund and operate with ARPA dollars, the ARPA dollars contribute to approximately 580 shelter beds that have been used throughout the year, including some of the coldest nights that we have. And so I appreciate the partnership with the board for helping to prop up some of these beds and expand services. For the call hotline and centralized intake, DHS partners with the United Way and Get Help to support emergency housing hotline services. The operators at United Way field the calls from individuals in the community who need linkage to resources, and those operators utilize a system called Get Help. Get Help is an app that housing providers and advocates use in the community to monitor real-time info on shelter bed capacity and capability, and allows for providers to refer clients to those beds. There's always ongoing communication about how to make that system more efficient, how to make it work better for some of the providers, and we are having those conversations now. For wraparound services, these are supportive services that are provided to individuals who are unhoused or are at risk of losing their housing. 1.25 million was used for a variety of projects, including with our partners, Power Grove CDC, Doorways, Mission St. Louis, Park Central Development Corp., St. Martha's Hall, Keyway Center for Diversion and Reentry, Almost Home, and the Institute for Community Alliances. All of these organizations in some manner or some capacity serve the unhoused population or the population at risk of becoming unhoused to make sure that they're stable where they currently are. Bridge Housing, this was shared across 3 different organizations, Places for People, St. Patrick's Center, and the Keyway Center for Diversion and Reentry. This provides short-term hotel accommodations and supportive services for those who are transitioning into permanent supportive housing. And so there are some individuals who are transitioning out of a shelter and perhaps they're waiting for the unit to be inspected, or there's some maintenance work to be done in the unit prior to their move-in. They need somewhere to go. Their shelter experience might be coming to an end. And so this program provides much needed sort of stopgap hotel accommodations for these individuals. Permanent supportive housing, 1.5 million was by Park Central Development Corps, St. Patrick's Center Doorways, Gateway Housing First, Horizon North Housing, Reset Missouri, and Epworth. And this funding provided an opportunity to provide increased supportive services and housing to chronically homeless individuals. Some of these services included a variety of case management and support, including occupational therapy, therapists, substance use counseling, food, and utility support. And as far as rapid rehousing, we have $3 million dedicated to that. And so with rapid rehousing, program that helps support individuals who are on the housing prioritization list, so individuals who are unhoused and who are about to move into permanent supportive housing. This provides some funding for them and assistance to pay rent. And so these are just some of the organizations that we've been able to bolster with the ARPA money that we've received. The Right to Counsel program, we have not yet launched that. I do want to thank the board for passing that bill. We are working with providers in the community, individuals with the legal services community to create this program that we hope will support individuals in the community who are at risk of eviction. And so we're in ongoing conversations with how to design this program, what the coordinator role looks like, and how we can best support tenants staying in their housing a little while longer. So Jared, would you like to talk about the direct cash assistance?
So before Adam came on board and in DHS, we launched the Direct Cash Assistance Program, which provided 9,300 St. Louis residents with $500 who had proven some loss or tested to some loss due to COVID-19. 71% of those served fell in the 0 to 30 AMI range, and here are some of the demographic data that we got from the DCA program. In terms of use of funds, we surveyed 1,000 of the participants, and as you can see, most of the participants used the $500 for basic needs: utilities, groceries, transportation, and other basic needs. Additionally, like I said, in terms of cash transactions, which sometimes have been used as an excuse not to trust folks with this type of money, people were continuing to use these funds for basic needs. And we're able to get this data from our provider, Mocafy, who had access to the cards and can actually track how participants were spending their money. And with that, I will bring up April Ford Griffin.
Thank you. I'll say good afternoon because we're almost there. Okay. So the slide that we have now shows you the table of the amount of funds that was appropriated. I would like to add a little clarification. When you look at the categories for funds appropriated and those programmed, we added in the awarded contracts and admin because I'm always very insistent that most people don't understand that we have to work within the city's accounting system. So what that means is, out of the 21.1 million, 64% of those funds we were appropriated this year in your last bill, 2023. So those have not been awarded or spent yet, but 36% of the funds, which is the 7.6 million, all of those funds we received in 2021 and 2022, those funds are all awarded with the exception of some admin funds that we retain that helps us to pay for, if it's temp workers, whatever we need, materials, some of that will end up being used for programming if we don't use it. And then there's money, about 3 million for development of housing. That money has been awarded. So once again, the 7.6 has been awarded. The reason housing development projects take longer to get a contract and our accounting system doesn't consider them obligated. So you won't see it reflected here in the programmed funds because it's no contract. But we have made awards, we have given commitments, and those projects have started. Housing development projects have about 5 to 6 legal documents that we create. So for each of them, we'll have a deed of trust, we'll have a loan agreement, we'll have a dispersing agreement, we will have our covenant and restrictions agreement. And so, and it's just optional depending on the development, what other types of agreements may be included. It may be a subordination agreement and we'll have the promissory note. And so before our attorney establishes those, we require a list of due diligence to make sure this project is actually going to happen and it's moving along in the right direction. And so once again, those funds are awarded. You'll see the projects coming up, but the funds that have been awarded but not spent is because we don't have a contract with them yet, but we will coming up soon between now and probably the spring of next year. Also, on the expenditures, we have about $1 million in addition to what you see there. But because of the way that we have to report it, when I say 1 million, meaning that cash has actually been paid to those nonprofits we have an agreement with. But until we receive all of the reporting and supportive documents, and I actually get those entered into the comptroller system, it's not going to be reflected there. But they have about, like I said, it's probably about 3.5 million of expenditures that we've spent out of the 7.6. And so we'll move on to the next slide. Oh, okay. There we go. And I won't go through each of those that are on here. I'll go through them in the next slide so that you can see some of the numbers served. I will draw to your attention, these are categories. So it's not all of the individual nonprofits and developers that receive awards, but these are the categories that you appropriated and the amount of funds that you appropriated, the programmed funds and the expenditures. I will note that in the subsidy housing assistance line item, the third from the bottom, the funds appropriated were 2 million. It says program 0. Programmed is actually 2 million. We awarded those back in January of 2023. We awarded 3 housing projects, which you will see on the next slide. And I'll go back up to the top for the public benefit navigators. So for public benefit navigators, the impact has been that we have 4 contracts with 4 nonprofits. Those contracts are currently open, so these numbers will increase. But as of my last report from them, we have served 9,967 people and also gotten 1,742 people enrolled or renewed Medicaid applications completed. On legal assistance, we had 2 contracts awarded. Both of those are closed and paid out, and served 1,150 people with free legal assistance to help prevent evictions. We also had eviction prevention mediation. We had 1 contract that's closed for the 450. They served 1,419 households and helped prevent them from being evicted. We had the community-driven food production, processing, and distribution. We've awarded 5 contracts. 1 is closed, 4 are open. And so far, we've served 443,858 meals, 2,542 boxes of food, 12,007 people served. We have 127 gardens that have been planted, installed, or replaced. We have on the tiny home project, $2 million was appropriated. Those funds have been awarded. 1 project has been completed, and those slides will be coming up. That's Jefferson Spaces. The other project is about 40% completed. And those are for a total of 100 tiny homes and 1 office building. We have the street outreach, which we awarded 1 contract, which is closed. They end up serving 6,892 people, going out on the street, making contact, providing transportation, providing some toiletries, some small food items, and referrals. The subsidy housing assistance, that 2 million, which I spoke of, was awarded back in January of this year. We awarded 3 housing projects. They will produce a total of 178 affordable units that will house people in the 20%, 30%, 50% and 60% of the area median income. One of the projects is a permanent supportive housing project. And then the 12.5 million, which will also go for housing production, you appropriated that to the Affordable Housing Commission in January of this year. We did our annual round. We opened in September. We closed it October the 20th. We received 25 housing proposals and 65 grant for services. But those will be, the grants will be awarded from the trust fund dollars, but the 12.5 million we will use to choose from as we continue to, well, we're really just starting the evaluation of 25 proposals for housing that we received. So I have no doubt that all of that money will be awarded. And I'm also, because developers, it takes them a longer period of time to get all of their due diligence in before we move forward with all of our different loan agreements and deed of trust. I'm talking with one of our attorneys to create a contract that we will use just for ARPA to at least put us in contract with them where we can then, and we may do some of the other agreements, the disbursement, to start allowing to spend some of the money on the front end. Historically, our policy has been, we like for them to get started and then we come in with our money because we're assured that the project is going to start. So oftentimes they have commitments, everything's looking good, then something happens and you have no more project. And so those will be awarded and those will be in contract next year and funds spent. We also have 1 million that you awarded that we for food that we will use to expand the current active contracts. Two of the success stories we will like to quickly mention is the tiny homes. One was for veterans. It was with the Veterans Community Project that's located on Grand in the Jeff Vanderloo neighborhood at Aldine. And you have a couple of pictures there. That was them during the early construction, and now as you see some of them towards completion, which actually 20 of them have been completed, along with their office building where they provide support services and case management. And we supported 50 of the homes in that project. Well, I'll say the total project is 50. We actually will put funds into 25 of them. You have a schedule and a little more information about the AMIs that they will serve homeless veterans that are 30% AMI and 60% AMI. And it fluctuates because you really don't know what you will receive until the individuals are there, but they do have guidelines to follow. We will not require them to repay these funds. They are still fundraising for their third phase of the project, in which they will build a community center. And everyone in the neighborhood will be able to use that for services and events. So looking forward to that happening as well. And then we have the Jefferson Spaces, which are 100 units of, we say tiny homes. These are really more like your tiny sheds because they don't have your appliances in them. They do have a bed and a desk. They do have the windows, of course. We give them some storage containers and other things that they need to support them. This is considered transitional housing, not emergency housing. They have case management on site and support services that help find them more permanent housing. They also have a facility, an existing building there that has restrooms, showers, and the laundry. We have some units that are for couples as well as 5% of the units are accessible. We also purchased with the ARPA funds an office building that's on the site, so it provides some additional space as well as coverage at the opposite end of the location so that staff can have eyes out on the tenants that are there. And so this was done in 2 phases. The office building itself is 56 by 15, has restrooms, so it's a nice building where we can have more assessment and support services. And with that, I will end, and I believe Jared will come back for questions. Thank you.
Sure, and happy to answer questions or refer questions to the department heads that are here representing the department.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone that's been up to speak so far. This is an important part of this process, especially as we begin these conversations on reprogramming. And I think us being able to connect with you all's visions and your missions and your passions behind these numbers and see these measurable outcomes is how we will be able to move forward in the right direction. So with that, I'll go through the committee, see if you have any questions on the first group. We'll start with Alderman Cone.
Thank you. I'm sure many of my colleagues have plenty of questions, so I'll try not to take up too much time, but I will go line by line on each of these. Oh, no, I'm kidding. So with respect to, I think the first presentation was from the Department of Health on animal care and control. So I heard someone, and I'm not sure if that was you, Jared, or if it was someone else, but with respect to finding a new facility, is that a city-owned facility, or is that a facility that will be owned and operated by another entity? Can someone elaborate on that a little bit more?
I will get more information on that, the answer to that question, but I don't know if that has been determined. I think we're in process of continuing to look for a facility.
Would that be paid for out of the ARPA money that's been allocated for animal control?
The hope is that part of that money would go towards a new facility, whether it's putting payment toward acquisition or allowing another organization to own the facility. But that is a continued issue for the city in terms of a physical location for animal control.
So I've received feedback just regarding the RFP process for animal care and control, that the RFP as it was presented was not really a realistic RFP. The respondents that may or may not have been able to respond to it, and this is true actually for the current people who are administering it, I believe. I'm not, name names here, but they've already come back asking for more money, is my understanding from the city, because the expectations set in the RFP were below what the realities were in terms of the work that needs to be done. So there are other organizations that would have otherwise applied for it had we actually posted realistic expectations in terms of what that contract looked like. So I'm curious why we wouldn't go through like an evaluation process for that versus, just continually throwing money at an organization that may or may not have the capacity to be able to do what we need them to do.
Sure. I think with respect to animal care and control, there's obvious room for improvement. This is an instance where the city is providing a service not just with city employees, but with contractors. So the point of issuing an RFP is to see what different respondents are capable of providing. And oftentimes when the respondents aren't sufficient, we revise that RFP forward. So I will talk to the health department to see, to provide you an update on the status of that service.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to try and maybe ask one question per presentation to allow the other members here, although I will note that I don't have to do that. I'm just doing it because I care about all of my colleagues so much. So with OVP, I will say that there's a lot of money here, obviously. Oh, thank you. Good to see you, Will.
Good to see you.
Director Pinkney. Can you elaborate? I have so many questions here, but you mentioned one thing, and we were messaging about it here, but I just want to make sure that it's out in the kind of public domain. So you mentioned there might be a fourth neighborhood. Can you maybe elaborate on what that process looks like for identifying another neighborhood
Sure.
to participate in the program, and how the money that was appropriated based off of the three existing neighborhoods would be impacted by the addition of it?
Sure. So the contract included a fourth neighborhood in it. So that amount of money you see in terms of what was contracted includes the fourth neighborhood. So what we would do, which I've already done, is reach out to the police department and have them do what they did when we picked the initial 3 sites and run data to see where the most need is, right? We obviously don't have enough money to set up a site in every place we probably need one. So we want to prioritize based on aggravated assaults, information, shots fired, and those types of things.
Okay, thank you. And then there's quite a bit of money that has not yet been expended in your appropriations. Can you maybe share with the committee why that might be? I know sometimes there's, deadlines, RFPs, other reasons why that might be the case, but can you, because there's 26 million appropriated, 11 million in programmed, and then so far just 1 million, at least based off of this presentation, that have been expended.
Right.
So that's,
No, I definitely
quite
Well,
a bit of money left.
First and foremost, I'll say that that money will all be expended by the end of 24, right? And obviously ARPA can go to 26. So that's important to note. The other thing I'll say is we have right now $11 million in contracts. So if you divide that between now and a year from now, we're spending almost $1 million a month. So the reason you're not seeing a lot there is because we're working on a reimbursement basis. So that money will be expended. And in fact, if you look at that amount and you look at the contract amount, we don't have enough money to extend those contracts beyond the end of next year, which is a challenge because you don't want to engage in these types of programs without having them in existence for multiple years. So the other funds that you might see that have a 0 next to them, one of them I talked about was the $3.6 million for youth programming. That's the RFP we just put out. And we will be entering into multi-year contracts to extend that through 2026, right? Because we have to obligate the funds by the end of next year. So at this point, because we probably won't enter into any contracts before the beginning of the year at the earliest, we will engage in at least 2-year, maybe 2.5-year contracts. So those funds, which it sounds like a lot, $3.6 million, was probably 10 to 15 contracts, depending on what people ask for. And the other pot of funds, the $6 million for youth diversion, I think it is, that's in our current RFP that's open. Those funds are what I talked about going towards. First of all, we're receiving RFP proposals for those, but going towards that youth advocate program, that youth assessment center. We had the youth assessment center in mind when we requested those funds because it's something that's needed in the city. And so we're going through that process of working, like I said, with an academic partner, reaching out to community organizations that provide those services that can co-locate. They probably might need funding for a person to co-locate and then provide whatever services are needed to the youth and those families. So those funds, we haven't gotten proposals yet because we're building that out. But once again, I would say the same thing. I would anticipate us entering a contract before the end of this fiscal year to expend those funds.
Okay, and thank you. So just going back to the violence intervention program, so if we're forecasting that funds won't be in place after 2024, why add the additional neighborhood versus focusing on the 3 neighborhoods and ensuring that there's funding going through 2026?
Well, taking off one neighborhood isn't going to extend the funding for the other 3 because that's not how it works. It's not that amount of funds. So I think the point is that we're going to look for grant funds. We're going to obviously look to, your body to look for funding for this. So I don't think we would take away a neighborhood that is needed to address the violence, to decrease the violence in the community. I think, for me, but we are going to pursue funds to make sure they're all,
But we're not taking away a neighborhood when the neighborhood hasn't actually had the program in the place at this point in time.
Right, but it's in the contract. Right. And so when we entered into the contract and we floated the RFP, it was the idea that we do want to add another neighborhood because there are areas of the city that really could use that.
Right. And then with the youth and juvenile diversion programming, can you just elaborate a little bit on what types of programs those would include?
So the youth diversion program is really looking at high-risk youth, right? We're looking at the kids who are getting stopped in cars with guns. We're looking at the kids stealing cars. We're looking at kids who may have been shot, the kids carrying a weapon. Those are those high risks. When we look at community violence intervention strategy, we're focusing on those kids, people that, are driving the crime, as opposed to youth programming, which is more out of school time program, after school, before school. And so we're looking at creating safe spaces. We're looking at more prevention. So one is more intervention, one is more prevention.
But what, like specifically, what types of diversion tactics are you using within the program? Like, are you partnering with the juvenile courts? Are you partnering with the police department? Who's involved in that
Right.
program? What types of activities or tactics are being used to divert young people from the criminal justice system?
Okay. So one would be the Youth Advocate Program, which is with a partnership with the police department, with the courts, to look at who are the youth that they see frequently. The program looks at intensive mentoring. So when those youth, young people are engaged, I'm sure you know the point system in the family courts that decides whether youth are detained or not. If those youth are not ultimately detained, then this program is where they would be referred to. Now it's voluntary, right? They have to be willing to do it along with their parents. But the program looks at intensive mentoring. So 8 hours a week for a minimum of 6 months. These young people and their families are engaged and provided whatever services they need. So that's the type of engagement we would be talking about when we think about youth diversion.
Thank you. And vacant building stabilization, I think it's pretty straightforward.
And all this is about partnerships, by the way, just to that point. Like, we have to work with, like, I know some of my colleagues are doing great work around stabilizing homes, right? So if we go into communities, a lot of violence, we engage in youth, and we see homes that would be, the neighborhood would benefit from them being stabilized, it would be myself contacting my colleagues here to engage in that type of activity.
So can we just get an update? Like, in the Department of Public Safety, there's $2.5 million for police overtime that hasn't been touched. I think it was on the RAM settlement call with the comptroller giving an update last week that there was millions of dollars in money that the city did not spend in their budget last year. Part of that was filling positions, including in the police department. Where are we with just spending on overtime in general? And then do we anticipate that actually being needed given the kind of budgetary surplus that we had within staffing?
Sure. So to address that question in kind of different parts, it is our intention to reappropriate the ARPA-funded police overtime because of the staffing shortages in the police budget. And we think that when Alderman Vaccaro proposed that original amount, he was looking at the overtime that was spent in the years that preceded several protests. So when overtime is needed, the police operating budget adequately covers that overtime. So it is our intent to reappropriate that money. With respect to the comments that the comptroller made last week, for those who have been with us during all the appropriations, all the money has been appropriated. It does take time to spend money, whether you're hiring new people, whether you're issuing RFPs, whether you're entering contracts. And I think these conversations can help us drill down on where appropriations actually are. So there are places where we do need to give an extra push, but there are places like Office of Violence Prevention where we need to engage in serious conversations about money that will be spent in advance of 2024 or 2026. And then with respect to, I guess, surpluses and operating funds, the budget director's here, but I believe half of those funds do go to the capital budget. So the capital committee considers how those funds are used, and then the other half go towards our reserves, which are in a healthy place and help our credit rating when we do go to the bond market.
I agree, and I'm grateful that we have a healthy reserve because 15 years ago we certainly did not. So that's certainly something to be proud of. So with respect to just 911, because I think so many of us get complaints about 911. I see the CAD software in here. We haven't had any expenditures for that yet, at least based off of the presentation. I do want to actually thank you, Jared, Chief of Staff.
Jared's fine.
For making that remark, though, about the kind of call that we had with the RAM settlement, because it did. If you weren't particularly educated on where we are in the process, it did sound as though the city has not made appropriations for all of the funds, and it seemed as though these funds are still available from an ARPA perspective, which they are largely not. We have appropriated all of the money. It's just a matter of where it stands in terms of being programmed and expended and whatnot. So I want to also commend the chairwoman here for having this conversation, because I think it's helpful in educating the public and this body with respect to where things stand. But 911 in particular is an area that we get a lot of complaints about, and would be interested in knowing just where things are with respect to that.
Sure. So 911 has a lot of moving parts. We envision consolidating our 911 operators and dispatchers into one facility. We successfully received money from the state of Missouri. We've previously appropriated $15 million for that PSAP center, and we'll probably need to engage in serious conversations with the Board of Aldermen and the Capital Committee to find funding to complete that capital stack for that project. But before we can even go to a new facility, we need to ensure that we are staffed and trained. And we did have widely publicized challenges with our operators. And operators, like a lot of places in the city of St. Louis, were quite frankly neglected. So there are a lot of places in our city government where our pay did not keep up with other jurisdictions, let alone the private market, and that is a place where that occurred. So after raising some wages, and I think people also responded to the desire to make St. Louis a better place. So while we started with 50 vacancies in 911, with pay increase and I think civic pride, people have applied, and we've been able to go from 50 vacancies to 13 vacancies. So it is our intention to be fully staffed by the first quarter of 2024, but I think we're on pace to hopefully meet that staffing sooner than that. When we look at our response time, we have had challenges with that as due to staffing, and we are seeing incremental improvements in that metric where we look at the amount of time or the percentage of calls that take 15 seconds or less to answer. So we were in the 50s, and today we're some days in the 80s, some days in the 70s. So we are seeing incremental improvements with 911. But like I said, it's one of those processes that takes time to fix.
Thank you. And just for clarity, my hearing is a little weak sometimes. You went from 50 to 13, not 30.
Police vacancies, correct. Police operator vacancies, and we have 4 EMS vacancies. So 50 to now 13.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And is that, when you say pay adjustments, was that just the like citywide increase that we did, or did they do market adjustments for the role specifically based off of the?
I think we did raise some of the police operators. It's interesting because there are EMS, there was firefighters were making more than EMS and police, so trying to provide more pay parity with respect to police operators and fire.
Oh, interesting. I thought we already had pay parity between those two. So thank you for the updates on that. And then, hold on, just trying to get through my notes here. With respect to the vacant building stabilization, you have this wonderful example here in Hyde Park. Are we partnering with developers to ensure that there's a full rehab on the back end? My fear is that, this, structure gets stabilized. It's clearly boarded up in the after pictures. What, I guess my fear is that someone breaks in and just vandalizes it, where it was before, which doesn't take a heck of a lot of time. I mean, 2-3 break-ins and a fire in the living room to keep warm, and it's exactly back to where it was. So are we doing something on the back end to ensure that there's someone coming in behind our stabilization efforts to fully get this back into private ownership or into an occupied state, I should say?
Sure, I think that's the intention, and we would encourage those who are looking at either rehabbing these facilities subsequently to work with some of our other city agencies that have funding. Unfortunately, it does take us some time to recoup either the money that we've put into these buildings or these properties. So the money that we put in for stabilization gets assessed to their property tax bill, like if we cut your lawn for violation. So it does take time for us to recoup some of these properties, and the hope is that we get that money back and are able to put that money back into the program. There will be a sunk cost with some of these properties, in the sense of we may not get the funds back, but hopefully we will get those properties back and then be able to use them either for Prop NS or use them strategically with our own LRA.
So since they're privately owned, they would still remain privately owned. It would just be an assessment on their taxes that likely they won't be able to pay or won't pay, and then it'll go to tax sale. Hopefully someone buys it at tax sale to rehab it. But I thought I was talking into the mic. Thank you, Alderwoman. So this is, still a situation where we're relying upon the current private property owner to make that investment. Otherwise, it goes through kind of our regular process with respect to tax sale and ending up potentially in LRA.
Sure.
Or in the hands of, a speculator that buys it at tax sale and may or may not sit on it, right?
Sure. We do have to let the legal system play out. At the same time, this investment gives us leverage against this property owner.
Yep.
It also is deterrence for subsequent property owners to come and speculate. And that's, one of the criteria that we look at. Are you a speculator just based upon your history?
Yeah.
So we're trying to deter folks from sitting on properties without doing anything about those properties. In terms of potential for reacquiring those properties, I think there's a conversation to be had with LRA about strategically acquiring some of these properties. And I think LRA is in a place where they can contemplate those kind of strategic decisions.
Okay, thank you. So next was Slate. I'm just curious, Frederica. First of all, I think this is the first time I've had you in front of me as a committee member, and I just want to commend you for all of your work that you have done and your organization has done,
Thank you.
particularly in the Third Ward with the closure of South City Hospital. You guys were very quick to react and kind of help a lot of those displaced employees. So I haven't had the chance to publicly thank you for those efforts, and I want to make sure I do so. So I am curious though, and I'm not sure if it's necessarily directed towards you or if this is just across the board with, contracts for the people who are, recipients. I'm not sure if that's being handled consistently, across each of the organizations, but it kind of stood out with me when you were talking about some of the programs that you're working with. The child support and arrears, that was the fathers and family support was a subrecipient. They've only been able to get to 18 families at this point in time. What happens with these awards once they're given? Are we basing the awards off of performance, or are we basically saying, here's $1 million to administer the program. And, if you reach 150 folks, families, great. If not, is there a clawback provision in there, or how are we kind of managing the relationship and the accountability to the contract amount? And if they don't meet that contract amount, is there, a clawback provision in the award?
So for us, we do direct oversight of the program. So we do biweekly touch points to make sure that they are on target with the contract. So when we go out once we put out the RFP, each entity bids and basically says, most of the times, they're already providing those services. And so Fathers and Family Support is already providing that service already. And so they basically say, with this amount of money, I can support this many families with what I'm already doing. And so basically, we put that in the contract. We hold them accountable to that. Often there are times where they may not right away within that time period, and that's when we come to the Board of E&A to say, can we extend that contract? But we provide the direct oversight to them to make sure they're on target in doing that. I have not had an instance where I've had to take away a contract or deobligate a contract in this particular situation. I have not had a time where I've had to deobligate a contract. If a subrecipient says to me, Freddie, I just need an extension, or we're not progressing as fast as I would like, then we, go through that process, and then we come to you all to say, can we extend, or what that looks like for them.
Okay. Thank you.
And for the most part, services are already rendered before we're paying. We, in rare instances, will advance the amount of funds, but those are special instances.
We are reimbursable. So they provide the services and we reimburse from that point.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I think that was the only question I had related to the slate component here. And then the DHS line items. So many questions, but I'm going to maybe just ask a few. Director, good afternoon. Thank you. So RETAF, it looks like rent, utility assistance, we went gangbusters. We spent all of the appropriated money for rental assistance. Mortgage assistance, though, it looks like we're just, under about half of the money spent. And then the tax forgivable loan fund, we're at about 20% of the money spent there, or 20, maybe 25%. So where are we at with those two programs? Because it seems like we had a pretty long waiting list from what I understand. Is it just a matter of processing the waiting list, or just where are things at with those programs?
Excellent question. I actually don't know where we're at for the waiting list at this point, but we have gotten a lot of feedback from providers in the community, even providers who were administering the mortgage assistance program, that a lot of the demand is actually for rental assistance. And so we provided the money for mortgage assistance. But what they're seeing from individuals coming into their office is that more folks are asking for rental assistance. And so we're engaging in conversations in DHS about what it looks like to possibly pull some of that funding to support more rental assistance out in the community, because that is what is demanded most from a number of different people. So I can double check on the wait list question for you, but from my understanding, there's just significantly more demand for the rental assistance.
Okay. If you could provide an update on that specifically, I'd appreciate it. And then with respect to, I think you mentioned Peter and Paul Community Services looking for, a building to provide emergency shelter. Where is that in here specifically? Is that underneath the emergency shelter line item, or?
That's correct. That's emergency shelter.
But, almost all of, we've got roughly, $2 million left in that account. Has the money already been given to Peter and Paul for the purchase of a building, or?
It has not been given to Peter So their contract for ARPA came in 3 different phases. Phase 1 was for operations to support at the 7-Eleven Allen Shelter in Soulard. And that was a smaller chunk of money for case management. The second phase of that would be $1 million for the acquisition of a building. And so we're in process, or we're talking through that with them right now, because a lot of that depends on zoning, if they can even find a property for it. And so right now that money sits with us, and until they can figure out what the game plan is for getting a variance and actually completing the sale or purchase of the property, then that $1 million will be given to them.
Do you know how many beds their Soulard location has?
60.
And so this new building that they're looking at, trying to find, dealing with all the things that you just enumerated,
Yeah.
what size, how many beds are they, what size building, how many beds are they looking
Yeah,
to?
so I think it ranges from what they're looking. I believe the last estimate was maybe 15,000 or more square feet, but they're looking at expanding from 60 to 100 beds. So an increase of 40. And depending on whatever space that they find, it could be that there would be sufficient space for overflow beds during inclement weather. What can be worked out before this winter season, quote unquote, starts December 1st, I'm not 100% certain. That really does depend on the zoning and the variance question.
So with the 15,000, 60 to 100 beds, is that in addition to the Soulard facility, or would they be, or is that inclusive of the Soulard facility?
Could you ask that again? I'm sorry.
So the additional space, the 15,000, 60 to 100 beds, that's just for the new facility. Would they be closing the Soulard facility, or would they keep that facility operational?
Yeah,
So that it's
so
a net increase
it would be a
to
net
beds in the.
increase of 40 beds for Peter and Paul Community Services. If they increase to 100. I will say there are some providers who are talking through, the use of that building once the use of the 7-Eleven shelter, once Peter and Paul moves out of it. So it could be a net increase of more beds, but we're not 100% certain. I think that really depends on what provider is going to come in and be able to offer the services at scale, because 60 beds is not necessarily an easy shelter to run. And so that depends on the zoning. It depends on if there's an additional provider who could come in and use that space as well, which is a conversation also with the archdiocese that I'm not necessarily a part of. That's Peter and Paul's conversation.
Okay, thank you. And then Safe Haven, can you just elaborate a little bit on that, because we haven't spent any money on it according to this?
Yeah, I got to go back and talk with the team, but we have been paying on Safe Haven contracts. But I think their contracts started, I don't want to give you the wrong dates, but they've been in operation, I believe, since last year, if I'm not mistaken, or at least this past winter. And then we are funding them through early spring this year. So I'll go back and check up on those numbers, but they are in operation. They received an allocation of funding and an extended contract.
Okay. And then I have many more, but the last one I'll ask, and I'll turn it over to my esteemed colleagues here. So the intentional encampments, we have 1.25 million allocated. There's been 616,000 spent so far, but we don't have any intentional encampments. So where's the 600? And Jared, you might have some insight here that would be helpful. But I am just curious, like, where
Sure. So
that's been used.
we have used that money for furnishings in the tiny home. So the budget contemplated for tiny homes was about the actual home, but beds and other things that are needed in the home, furnishings, have been paid for with this Safe Outdoor Spaces money, because it is in that spirit. Because, like I said, once you have a home, you still need a bed and other basic necessities. So that is what we have used for that money thus far.
Okay, thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Affordable Housing Commission. You guys are doing, just so much work over there, and really appreciate the updates as well. And wonderful to always see the, commissioner from the Affordable Housing Commission, my past colleague.
Okay,
Thank you,
before,
Madam Chair, and
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you, committee members, for indulging me.
great questions. I will say that the tour that Madam Vice Chair set up at the St. Patrick's Center, we did tour the Safe Haven and the amazing work they're doing over there. They were in place there. And I've actually been back over there a couple of times. So thank you for that program and for keeping that program going and stood up. I want to say before we go on with the asking our committee members that Madam Frederica has to leave. So I wanted to see if any of my committee members had any specific questions for her before she has to leave. And then we'll go back in order. Okay.
Am I recognized? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone, for the presentations. I have lots of questions as well, but please, if you don't mind. It seems like looking at the youth jobs allocations that it has either all been spent or it's about to be spent. And you're thinking about having a reallocation of some funds, hoping that it goes to the Prison to Prosperity pipeline. Is there a reason you're not trying to add more to the youth jobs programs instead?
I think that there's a bigger need right now for our Prisoner Prosperity Program. It was a program that we previously had before. We no longer had funding for it. We get a lot of the community reaching out to us to ask us about bringing this program back. And so we thought, since we had the $450,000 there, that it would be best to put it into that particular program. We have other summer jobs funding for Slate. So we receive money from the Department of Higher Education and Workforce Development, the Missouri Department of Social Services, and the United States Department of Labor for summer jobs already. So we wanted to try to bring back one of those programs that was successful for us in the past to be able to reallocate funds.
Okay, the Office of Violence Prevention seemed to have a few prison programs. Are they overlapping or no?
They're not overlapping, but our staff work together. So my staff goes into jail to identify people who are interested in having reentry services, and if they needed employment, they would be connected with Frederica's staff. So we work together.
Okay, fantastic. Those are my only Slate questions. Thanks.
Anyone else?
I think Alderman Cone asked my question, but I just wanted to thank you for all of your work. I'm really more familiar with you from the Board of Education side, but I know how much work really went into that jobs programming for youth. I know that we had to change that MOU a couple times, and I was diligently working on that. So I just saw you, respond to the call and really advocate for our babies.
Yeah.
And even I saw you make adjustments once they got placed. There were some issues and things that had to work out.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to publicly thank you, thank your office, thank the mayor's office for coming to the table as many times as was necessary to figure that out, to get us up to a point of smooth transition, and just make sure that I highlighted, like, I've gotten to see your leadership and I've gotten to see you pivot in real time in a moment to meet the young people where they are and to meet the employers and all of them and work those details out. So I just really wanted to for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Similarly, I just wanted to thank you. It seems you've had some programs that have been wildly successful, and I just wanted to congratulate you on that and encourage you to keep up the good work. Thank you.
Much.
I'm so glad you got to hear all this before you had to run out soon. All right. Have a blessed day. Okay. With that, we'll go on. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the presentation here. To start at the beginning of the presentation on the one that starts, yes, you got it. Do you have a sense of where other cities are with the percentage that's been programmed and allocated? Are we on par? Are we behind? Are we ahead?
Sure, that's a good question. I am not sure. I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison with every city because, like I said, St. Louis is in there are two types of cities. Cities that received their money in one lump sum, and then cities that received it in 2 different tranches. We're in the 2 different tranches camp. And we had to wait for that second tranche to actually appropriate the funding. Additionally, cities like St. Louis and Detroit receive more money than our peers based upon socio-economic and demographic information. So when you look at cities that are similar in size, thanks to the work of Congress and Congresswoman Bush and others like that, we received more money than a lot of other cities. In terms of the state, we work with the state. We have received ARPA funding from the state. I would say they're behind us in terms of the deployment of their funding. We have a program where we're going to receive $15 million for the demolition of LRA properties, and that money and other funding has just been slower to come out than some of the programs that we're doing. So in terms of our peers or in terms of the state, I would say that we're ahead of the state in terms of the velocity of our money.
Thank you. It'd be interesting to hear, how we do stack up against even Detroit, if that is the most similar in terms of getting the money allocated and anticipated or obligated rather, not allocated. So in the programs line, you have funds obligated and or anticipated to be obligated. So how does that, it looks like once you actually get looking at the chart, we have programmed funds. So you're counting, I guess, with the software that we use we had some people mention different software, that's been used for accounting. Is there like a second category that should be there, or a third rather, or appropriated funds, program funds, contract? What is that other category that should be before expenditure?
It is, I think contracted funds would be accurate for agencies such as Affordable Housing Commission, where they are entering into contracts. BPS will come before you all in the second half of this presentation, and some of their expenditures are going to just be streets. Some of their expenditures will just show up as expenditures. They will not be programmed probably. So it, in some instances, is a department by department kind of definition, but at the same time, it has to meet the Treasury definition of obligated, which Navenna and other folks are charged with providing quarterly reports to Treasury based upon the definitions that are set forth by the Department of Treasury as to what is expended and programmed.
Okay. I think it was really helpful as you all have been going through this presentation. The line by line detail actually has been really helpful because there's so much other information that is not reflected just in these numbers, as we talked about, with whether there's a NOFA or whether it's just an RFP, or there's a huge difference in timeline. One of the things that you did that I really liked for the building stabilization funds, as you said, it's 101 days from when the building has a letter to when one of the outcomes occurs. Do you feel like you have that same knowledge for the rest of the American Rescue Plan Act? Because obviously we're on a deadline, we're on a timeline. Knowing 101 days from today, what's going to play out in that time for all of the money seems like a important piece of information.
We have to rely upon consistent communication with our department heads because with respect to our current accounting system, there is a lag in terms of reporting. We are going through a transition in accounting system, so the numbers that we're presenting are not real-time numbers, unlike other places that have kind of real-time accounting systems. That's why, like I said, it's important that we're in consistent communication with our department heads to explain some of the seemingly low expenditures or program dollars. So yes, consistent communication and explanation to kind of, I think, deal with the reality of the lag in reporting is helpful. So I think there are places where we're doing very well, and we've identified some places in the bill where from a practical standpoint, it doesn't make sense to continue along a path of appropriating that money. And I think we'll continue to have these conversations. And if there are places that are underperforming or not being utilized, we'll engage in conversations with you on how to better utilize those funds. But from a practical standpoint, because it takes so long to enter into contracts, to issue RFPs, to get staff for these programs, some of these programs can't effectively be judged at this point, especially if they weren't in the first couple appropriations, if they were just recently appropriated. So it's going to be important for us to consistently kind of give you all updates on the status of these projects.
Right, and I really appreciate you being here to give the updates, and I hope these happen more frequently in the future. The website that goes over all of the money that has been allocated is very helpful, but it doesn't include information like, has this RFP been issued? Some of them have, it's kind of different for each different expenditure. Some of them have headings that say something about the timeline, some of them don't. Some of them say this is supposed to be updated monthly, and then you'll see maybe it was updated in August and then October, but there's no actual information that's been updated. It just looks like the page maybe was refreshed or something. So I think more information like this going to the public on that website would be helpful. My understanding was that we were hiring people to manage this. Has that happened? Does every department have different people, or who is updating this website?
Sure. So we recently did enter into a contract for ARPA Communications. So part of that will be uplifting some of our successes, and but I think there is a need for more consistent communication overall beyond the reports that we submit to Treasury. Those reports are very long and don't tell the full story of the money that is being spent and the programs that are being uplifted. So I agree with your assessment in the sense of we need to do a better job of telling the story of how this money is being spent. And there are funds that have been deployed to start doing that, but we can certainly improve upon that.
So there is one person managing the port. I mean, who's doing the portal management right now?
I think we're still working on.
Hi, Grace.
Hi, everyone. So how the portal is managed. So Nevada and Jody are our main compliance monitoring folks for all the different numbers. And then in terms of the Esri portal that you may be looking at right now, that one is managed through SLDC/ITSA. And then there's another one that's more of a financial dashboard that's more written out and broken out, like you can see the different contracts. It's like the blue and white city page. That one's managed by ITSA. So there's other data analysts who are helping in the back end with Ben and Jody, but as Jared's sharing, we know that there's more that we could do if we had additional staff.
Okay, thank you. Those were most of my overall questions. I'd love to see, I think, is this the second time that we've had an update at this committee? I can't even remember now how many updates we've had. I think it's been 2.
Well,
once it's been allocated.
We've provided updates to Alderman Boyd when he was chair of HUDs, and I believe we had a couple of updates. And then we did another update when Alderman Coder was chair, and we look forward to working with Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. We do realize that these are significant time commitments for you, so I'm open to coming back or providing another method of conveying this information. But even in preparing for this, it's nice to step back and see how we've started to launch some of these programs.
Thank you. Yeah, I think more frequent updates. I mean, this is our job. We're here for this, so I don't think you have to worry about wasting time when we're talking about 500 million. Going into some of the, I had most questions, I think, over on the Department of Public Safety expenditures. It says that $19 million were appropriated to the Department of Public Safety, but that doesn't sound right to me. I mean, where's the $16 million of public safety answering point? Where are the 911, all of the fleet? Where's everything else?
Sure. So a lot of those expenditures live in BPS because they are the ones that are responsible for those projects. So Rich Bradley will be able to provide an update on the status of those expenditures that he is responsible for that have a public safety focus.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. For the Building Stabilization Fund, Alderman Cohn touched on this a little bit. When the owner is charged, ideally the city will be recouping funds from some of these projects. How does that work with ARPA funds? If ARPA funds are spent and the city gets money back, does the city have to spend those in the same timeline, or is it just?
I'm looking at Noel, and I think those become general non-ARPA dollars.
Gotta use the mic.
They become program dollars, so we're still reporting, but more flexible. is
Do
my
they have the
understanding.
same timeline of being expended, the money that comes back?
Noel Pfeffer. It really gets complicated and depends on the term of the loan and when the programming comes back in. If it comes back in before 2026, then we have to continue spending it in line with the.
Hi again, Grace Young. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself earlier. So for private vacant building stabilization, if we get funding back, what we anticipate to happen, it would become line item, like earmarked part of our revenue. So in other words, we can continue this program. It would be that we could continue into new properties. It wouldn't have the same timeline as ARPA funding. It would become city funding, but it would just be earmarked for private vacant building stabilization.
That's really interesting because so much of this depends on us spending everything by the end of 2026. And if there's ways to make this money last longer, I love that. Do more of that. That would be, if I could see more of that, please. That is great. I'm really excited about this. This program is probably one of the things that I'm the most excited about. We have a building in the First Ward that is being stabilized. That is a gorgeous building on Broadway that is an eyesore and a problem, but is now being stabilized. And I love this program so much. So thank you for doing it. Let me see. Alderman Cohn covered a lot of my questions about DHS. So I think I am good to pass along. I'm making sure that I don't pass the mic before I'm ready, but I think I'm ready. So thank you so much. Thank you everyone for the time today.
Alderman Browning?
Thank you. Yeah, that's the thing about thoroughness in my colleagues is that a lot of these questions have already been answered, but I did have a couple more questions about building stabilization because, like my colleague from the first, I'm a big fan of this program, and I do echo her call that if these funds can be given a longer timeline through that mechanism, perhaps that is something we should be, if we have money that we need to get spent, perhaps that's a category it could go into. My question is that if we invest those funds and make it so that the building is then stabilized, but the owner does not pay us back, we've placed a lien on the property, as I understand it, and then if they don't pay that, we can then take ownership of the property, and then it goes through some array. Do we attempt to recuperate any of the money that we spend on that property in the sale price of that LRA property, or off of our books?
I would say it probably depends on this in terms of if the property goes to tax sale. I think LRA does have an opportunity to intervene and hopefully steer that property towards a responsible property owner, whether it is at market rate in some neighborhoods. And in some instances, the city may not recoup the full amount. But if there's a responsible buyer, then it may be worth it to not recoup the entire amount on that property.
Thank you for that clarification. And yeah, I don't want my comments to be confused. I am a fan of removing the property from a negligent owner, and putting it in the hands of somebody who might take better care of it. We have so many buildings in this city that are wonderful, stable, better built buildings than we can even build today. And sometimes they just need a little care. And so that's great that we have this opportunity to stabilize that. And I also am okay with the idea that even if we take a little loss on that, the result is better because we were able to get it in the hands of a responsible owner. That's all my questions well, I did have one more question. On the DHS side of things, so about half the money that we have budgeted for intentional encampments has been spent, and you said that was on furniture for the tiny homes. Is there a thought, given that there was last year a ban put on several of the wards for those intentional encampments, but not all of the wards, is there a thought that the city is planning to still set up an intentional in compliance with state law on one of those wards that doesn't have the ban?
I think we're certainly open to it, and there's a need for that type of space. This expenditure doesn't tell the full story. There's still money remaining in BPS for intentional encampment setup. So it's not just this expenditure, but there is additional funding that could be used for an intentional encampment that is in BPS. So I'll let Adam elaborate. Okay.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right, Vice Chair Sanye.
First, I want to thank you all for coming. I agree with Alderwoman Schweitzer. I think this line by line breakdown is so helpful. I'm sure all of us get questions at our neighborhood meetings and town halls about these things. So I'm going to keep this handy so I can answer questions as we go through. Many of my questions that I had have been answered already. I had a question first for the Office of Violence Prevention. I saw a line item that was for Office of Violence Prevention, emergency behavioral health response, and it doesn't look like any of that has been programmed or expenditure. So I was just curious about what was in mind with that line item, what was the vision with that, and where we are with that.
Which line item are we talking about? Is it the 2.7?
7.555.
Wait a minute. 7.555?
Yeah, Community Violence Intervention Program, Behavioral Health. And we have $5,100,000 appropriated funds and program funds, but it looks like we've expended about $550,000.
So, yeah, I mean, this is where I don't know what the delay in this is. So that is a contract we're doing. So that contract ends at the end of 24. So if you break down that 5.1 million, it's an 18-month contract we started in July.
Mm-hmm.
So we're expending, if you divide that by 12, we're probably expending $400,000 a month, maybe less than that. My math, no, 18. So we're expending like $300,000 a month. So I don't know why it's showing that low. Well, it's 3 months.
Not
in,
updated.
So it should be about $1 million there. But that contract that is an active contract, and it will end in December 24.
Okay, and also I wanted to commend you because I know you bulked up to 12 staff, and I know that's not easy. Everybody's already talking about understaffing, and I know your office is new under this administration, and so you're literally having to start from scratch. And so I just wanted I know that's not an easy process.
Thank you.
And I think that's my only question for you all, and then for you. And then my other question was for Department of Health. Same similar thing. I saw a line item in there for behavioral health providers, and it looks like we've 1.9 out of 2.3 million of that has been spent. But then I saw an additional line for behavioral health for $2 million that we haven't spent any of. So I was curious to, what was the vision for that? Where are we with that?
Sure. Those are contracts that have pretty much been finalized, and I think there are 4 providers that are going to provide various types of behavioral health services. So like the last line item, this may already be in process in terms of funding, but there are 4 providers and contracts that are providing behavioral health services under this appropriation. And I'm happy to get more specifics in terms of who those providers are and those services.
And is the idea that citizens, residents of our city would be able to go to the Department of Health and then get some of those behavioral health services without insurance or any of those things?
Sure. So the Department of Health has set up or established Behavioral Health Bureau, and a lot of what they are doing in terms of building capacity is about letting people know about the current services, also talking about kind of the linkage of care within the system and providing quality control within that system. So I'm not sure if they're going to be directly providing behavioral health services, but the contracts are for vendors that may be providing those services. But I'll get more specifics as to those 4 providers and what they're going to do.
Yeah, I would love to know more about that too, so I can, just share that with community and constituents and let them know that this may be a resource for you. I know CAD 911 software is in here for Department of Public Safety, same thing, so glad to see that. Could you elaborate a little bit on what that means for the overall operation of 911 for folks at home who may be watching, and for myself, just to make sure I understand in detail how to explain the benefit of this to our community?
Sure. So our 911 system is currently fragmented, meaning that police department, which we inherited when we came in, police department was in one location, EMS was in a different location, fire was in a different location. They were paid different rates, and they actually had different software. So the police were on one type of software, fire and EMS were on a different software. So if there was a breakdown and someone didn't show up in the police department, someone in fire couldn't step in and operate the police system. So the goal is to be fully staffed, but also once we're fully staffed, to allow for cross-training. And in order to be cross-trained, everyone needs to be eventually in the same place and at least use the same technology. So having the same technology will allow us to be cross-trained and just to be more resilient as a city for 911.
Thank you. And then my remaining questions are for Department of Human Services. Some of this, because I'm in conversation right now with the Mayor's Office, Department of Human Services quite a bit. Some of this I'm clear, but I wanted to make sure clarity for at home. So I see something in a line item in here that says call hotline and centralized intake. And I'm sure all of us have heard, I'm wondering, is this relevant to 211 or what is this for? Because I get a lot of questions and complaints about 211, the status of it, and I also do see that a lot of this line item is spent.
Yes, so that is the 211, our contracts with United Way, contracts with Get Help, and so all of those systems work in tandem to sort of be the response system for folks who are in need.
Do you anticipate that you might need more funds to support 211 to be as fully effective and operational as it can be?
I think that question, well, I would never turn down more money, but I think for the question about how to make the system better performing, it's multi-layered, and it has to do with how these different organizations are structured as far as how many staff they have to answer calls when somebody is calling after hours. It has to do with shelter operators and outreach staff who are able and empowered and know how to put in information into 211 at the pace and real-time pace that is needed to keep the system up to date. So I think it's a multi-layered question that depends on how many operators United Way could have, also the outreach staff and the shelter capacity to make sure that the system is updated. Our team members at Get Help who collaborate with other organizations to make sure that the data that we're receiving from these programs can paint a picture of what the services are that are needed, and then what we're lacking as far as like that real-time data. So more money would be great. I think it's just kind of a multi-layered discussion about how we want to coordinate better across the board as a system.
Yeah, I would definitely encourage you to, because especially seeing this is spent, like this is one of the few line items that is almost fully spent. So obviously investments have happened. So I would just be happy to be an advocate for whatever we need to do to get that operational. It seems like we've seen some results with 911 from increasing the pay and doing some things. So maybe looking at doing some of that for our 211 hotline. And then to Alderman Browning's question, I was going to ask that, but it looks like we kind of already touched on like the encampments and that there's multiple sources within these line items that could go to that. So I think that's kind of been cleared. I was curious, and I know we're in regular conversation about this, but I was curious about if there is in the teeny homes budget still 1.3 million that's not hasn't been allocated. Why did we? So as a part of some of the work I've been doing, I dug into the line item, saw that 565,000 has been paid to Magdala House for things to like build and manage teeny homes and things like that. But why did we pull that from the intentional encampment line when there's still funding in the teeny homes line item? And I know there's several places, but I'm just curious about why not continue to pull it directly from teeny homes, since those are teeny homes expenses, instead of intentional encampment, which I do think are two different types of housing. I would say teeny homes is more supportive housing, and that's a little different than tiny.
Tiny homes.
I'm sorry.
I-
Blame it
I-
to St. Louis. Yes.
I'm not sure I have an answer for that question immediately. I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
It might have to do with some of the maintenance and some of the deferred maintenance costs that were needed for the project, but I'm not 100% certain.
And if we look into the funding and it looks like money that was allocated for intentional was used for tiny homes, but we still have funding left for tiny homes, is it too late to take that from the tiny homes line item? Or, because I think those are two different line items. I don't think those are the same thing. So that's kind of what my question is if perhaps it should have been taken from teeny homes, since it is for teeny homes. I'm just curious about that.
You're asking if it's too late to take some of the funding that has not been used for tiny homes and pull it back into the intentional encampment line? Is that what you're
Yeah,
asking?
just to accurately show, because I think if you're pulling it up, look like that money. It's going to look like that money was spent on intentional encampments, and like Alderman Cone said, we don't have intentional encampments.
Right.
So I think it might be a more accurate display, transparent, up-to-date, accurate display to the public to take that money from teeny homes, since that's the actual line item from that, and we haven't been able to make progress on the intentional encampments just yet.
Sure, it's something worthy of consideration. So I'll to the team.
Thank you. That concludes my questions, Madam Chair.
All right, we can go on with the presentation.
All right, we're ready for the second half of the presentation, and we'll start with CDA and SLDC.
Good afternoon. My name is Noel Pfeffer, Executive Director of the Community Development Administration. It's a pleasure to be with you all in person today. As you can see from this title slide, CDA has been appropriated $178,200,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds, of which $161 million are programmed. Like April, I am including funds that have awards attached to them, where we have sent out award letters and admin funds in that total. We have spent 25 million of these funds, and you'll see that the bulk of these appropriations, programmed funds, and expenditures are through our partner, the St. Louis Development Corporation, our largest subrecipient, and just our partner agency. I think of us as twin agency, with CDA being the public city department and SLDC the 501c4 doing public welfare work. So going line item by line item per the HUD's committee's request, I will start, we'll go essentially in order of which the funds were appropriated. And you'll see a theme here in terms of the funds that were originally appropriated in Ordinance 71393 back in 2021 are, for the most part, fully programmed and largely spent. Starting with food assistance, we can see an appropriation of 1 million. These were awarded to 6 partner agencies: City Seniors, Food Outreach, Mission St. Louis, Northside Youth and Senior Services, Operation Food Search, and the People's Community Action Corporation, and they have spent those funds nearly in full. Home repair, we will do a little deep dive into in a moment, but we were appropriated $15 million. We have used those funds to significantly scale our program. We completed 155 home repairs last year, are on track to clear 300 this year, and are on track to spend the funds in full. With respect to early childhood education, we entered into an agreement with the Mental Health Board, which has administered these funds and spent them down nearly in full, making awards to over 40 early child care centers across the city of about $50,000 each or less. We've also partnered with Bi-State as well as Slate to establish the Gateway Go program, free public transit passes for young people between the ages of 14 and 24. And we have awarded each quarter about an average of 1,000 passes. The peak, I believe, was about 1,400 passes. It is seasonal. It goes up in the summer. And in fact, the program has been so successful that we are proposing to fund it next year with CDBG funds as well, so it can continue moving forward, providing free public transit to young people in our city. Digital literacy with the St. Louis Public Library is the one example we have of a program where we have rescinded the award. And it's because, frankly, I think the library was pretty stretched to capacity and also has various other sources of funds. They are a publicly funded, tax-funded body, and it appears that this amount of funds was not sufficient to really to go through the administrative burden of contracting with the city. So, and this is being proposed for reprogramming and reappropriation in Board Bill 143. We've also worked with SLDC, and really SLDC led the deployment of small business grants, and Neil will talk a little bit more about that shortly, but they have gone out to over 900 small businesses. And then we're also have established the Economic Empowerment Center. And I'll flag here that that amount of spent funds is really a pretty dramatic underestimate. The real number of expenditures there is closer to $500,000, but we're working through some compliance details before drawing down those funds in full so they show up on our ledger. But it is up and running and already serving the community. The nonprofit revolving loan fund, I'm going to go through these SLDC line items at a little higher level because Neil will really dig into them, but we are contracting, or SLDC is contracting with the St. Louis Community Credit Union to establish this, and the $20 million Housing Development Fund has really been programmed into 3 different pieces, with $10 million going to fund single-family housing with leverage from new market tax credits, and those funds have already been spent. Another $4 million going to fund 30% AMI and less multifamily rental development projects, and the remaining $4 million, which is not yet programmed, going to support the redevelopment of LRA property into housing, although those specific buildings are not identified yet, which is why it doesn't show up as programmed. We are also partnering with the Regional Arts Commission to provide operating support grants to nonprofit organizations, artist support grants to individual artists, and program support grants for specific arts projects, and we'll dig into that a little bit more. I'll note that this one, unlike everything else I've talked about previously, is a different ordinance appropriated in 2022, but RAC has been amazing to work with, and they are already deploying funds, have already spent $2 million, and are doing great work. Next, I'll talk about early childhood education workforce development. These funds have already been awarded. We issued an RFP earlier this year and awarded the funds to Child Care Aware, United for Children, the Flance Center, Guardian Angel Child Care, Beginning Futures, and the Elmer Hammond Center. And these are really funds to provide scholarships and bonuses to keep early child care workers in the field with professional development, because we know that there's an amazing amount of turnover in that field, and it's really critically needed, especially, well, I'll talk more about it in a moment. We are also working with the Integrated Health Network to fund 4 federally qualified health centers, the city's 4 federally qualified health centers: Affinia Healthcare, CareSTL, as well as family care and Peoples, Betty Jean Care. And these 4 sites are scattered across the city. 2 of the projects are upgrades to existing facilities, Affinia's facility on South Broadway, as well as the Betty Jean Care People's Health Center facility on Delmar. 2 of the projects are new facilities. One new facility for Care STL in the Ville, which is surrounded by over 100 units of affordable housing as well. And then finally, Family Care is still finalizing its site selection, but looking at a site on South Grand for a new health clinic. And these are roughly $3 million allocations to each project. Affordable housing production and preservation, we included these funds in our recent Neighborhood Transformation Grants NOFA, and those funds have been awarded to 14 projects totaling 473 units, including 37 rental rehab projects, 3 for sale homes, and 6 LIHTC projects. It's really critical that we do make LIHTC awards in advance of the LIHTC funding round as well as after, as that really helps city developers and city projects be more competitive and brings in more money to the city. We've had 2 very successful LIHTC rounds, in part thanks to this approach, where we received 7 LIHTC awards in 2021 and 6 in 2022. This is compared to an average typically of between 2 and 4, and these are awards that are $10+ million in funding for the city of St. Louis. So hopeful to have a good round this year as well. The neighborhood beautification line item is really split amongst a couple different projects, which I'll detail now. The first piece is a $6.5 million agreement with LRA to provide lot maintenance services, and I'll let Neil talk a little bit more about that. On top of that, there's $4.5 million that we included as part of our neighborhood transformation grant funds that was awarded to 13 neighborhood beautification projects and 6 capacity building projects to strengthen our neighborhoods. And then there's also a $1.68 million partnership with forestry to purchase bulk pickup equipment, which they need, as currently they're cutting down trees, but can't necessarily pick them back up. And that's going back to a decision some time ago to move bulk pickup equipment from forestry to the streets department, which made sense for a whole lot of reasons, but we're realizing both forestry and streets need bulk pickup capacity, and this will allow forestry to purchase that equipment. There's also a $500,000 commitment to refuse to contract with bulk pickup contractors to expand that capacity as well. And finally, a $350,000 commitment to Operation Brightside. Next line item is the home ownership fund. I'll again let Neil lead that detail, but I'll just share that SLDC is contracting with Stiefel and will release a product in the near future, and that $500,000 of that is being used by CDA to provide down payment assistance on CDA-funded projects. Proactive Development Fund, this is another one that breaks down into a couple different line items. There's essentially a $20 million allocation to SLDC through LCRA and LRA to do proactive acquisition, relocation, other site development activities. And then there is a $5 million piece that stays with CDA, in which we use to fund neighborhood transformation grants, again for proactive development to support community-driven development. And then finally, and those funds have been awarded to specific projects, and then $1 million is a partnership with the planning department to support historic preservation efforts and really provide support to low to moderate income homeowners that are being asked to do improvements that they can't necessarily afford to do to preserve the historic value of their homes. The next line item is Build St. Louis. Again, a couple different programs in here, but the core of it is the Killark building, which SLDC recently closed on, and Neil can talk about the vision to make that a hub for economic empowerment and contractor and developer development. And then the other piece that's in here as well is a $2.5 million contractor mobilization supply fund. And the rationale behind all of this Build St. Louis is that we are funding so much construction, and the constraint that we face is contractor capacity. But this challenge is also an opportunity to use the funding that we're putting towards home repair, towards lot maintenance, to create a pipeline by which contractors can skill up, develop, and ultimately transform into developers as well. The Digital Equity Fund is not currently programmed, but it will be soon. We recently completed a Guidehouse report that gave us a roadmap for investments that we can make into digital equity, and we're looking at splitting those funds into 2 buckets. The first $2.5 million will be administered by SLDC, which will invest into affordability benefit programs and outreach and building digital literacy and education and devices. And Neil can talk more about that. But the other $2.5 million will be a partnership with ITSA, the IT department, where we can essentially build what the Guidehouse report recommended is that we graft Wi-Fi access points onto our fiber network, in particular around city parks and potentially key commercial corridors. And so we'll be able to light these parks and corridors up, and we're tremendously excited to move forward with that two-prong approach, because it's not enough to have Wi-Fi access. You also need to use it, and you need a device, right? And so that's kind of the two-prong approach, with SLDC leading the digital literacy and device side of the puzzle, and ITSA leading the access piece. And then finally, the North St. Louis Small Business and Nonprofit Grants, an enormous program that just closed, I believe, yesterday, and which Neil can share more details about. With that, a couple of highlights. One, I already mentioned the Healthy Home Repair Program. The Board of Aldermen allocated what we initially thought was a huge award that we might not be able to fully spend down in full, but we are on track to spend it in full, and we have scaled the program dramatically. And the key has been contractor recruitment, as well as eliminating, I'll note, Section 106 historic and environmental review processes from the process, which frankly are not necessary for home repairs where the homeowners are there, whether we do the repair or not. And so we did strike that. We also made these grants instead of loans, which speeded up the process in terms of no longer requiring deeds of trust, because all I do every day is, not every day, but every week I sign multiple forgiveness of the deed of trust or release of the deed of trust. So we really don't need it. And then we're also working on procuring disbursement services as well as additional contractors to our program. We're constantly working to bring on more contractors, and you can see the results in terms of our expenditures are on track to double, our homeowners served are on track to double. And you can also see in that map how scattered across the city these home repairs are. I mentioned earlier our strategic investments in early childcare, and I won't go into too much detail other than to show you these maps of the distribution of the awards. And every single one of the points on this map is a story of an early childcare provider that is able to stay open and continue to provide early childcare to their community. I also mentioned our partnership with the Regional Arts Commission, and I'll give more detail into the $2 million that they've spent to date. One type of award has been general operating support grants to over 20 organizations. And then the other piece of it has been artist support grants, smaller grants to keep artists housed and working on their projects. But upcoming, you will soon be hearing from RAC about the Neighborhood Mural Program. Their goal is to fund two murals in each ward, and they'll be reaching out to you, as well as they've already reached out to the development agencies and others to invite suggestions about sites, potential buildings. Obviously, we need the consent of the owner if they're occupied, but really excited to partner with you all on that program. And they'll also be accepting suggestions from the community in terms of, and artists in terms of buildings that could be ideal for neighborhood murals. And they'll also be opening up a cycle to fund programs and capital investments in the arts as well. And then finally, I've mentioned it a few times, but I did want to lift up our neighborhood transformation grants. We had unprecedented outreach, unprecedented interest. We received over 200 applications totaling over $250 million in proposals. We obviously were not able to fund these in full, but we are funding 50 proposals to invest and catalyze neighborhood transformation, and are just tremendously excited about these projects. So with that, I will toss it to Neil.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be here. I'm Neil Richardson. I'm President and CEO of the St. Louis Development Corporation. Thank you, Noel, for leaving a lot of information for me to still cover. We first have here, as you can see, SLDC has been awarded or appropriated $109.6 million. Of that, $99.6 million has been programmed. I know there was a slight discrepancy between the number that Noel presented versus the one that we have here with SLDC around expended cost per these various programs and line items. That is due to other administrative costs that were associated with hiring staff, bringing forth other operations and administrative tasks to actually deploy these programs. So we've actually expended $18.9 million to date. For these 12 line items, some of these line items has various programs. These are all new programs to SLDC. So it's taken us some time, the hiring of 15 employees, creating a new compliance department to ensure that we are following all of the Treasury guidelines associated with ARPA, and then also updating some of our technology and other administrative resources to ensure that we are successful with deploying these funds in the time allotted. As Noel spoke to, we have reached over 900 businesses through the small business grants of $5,000 each. The Northside Economic Empowerment Center, which is currently housed at the annex of Sumner High School, has served over 700 residents and businesses across the city since its existence. We launched, as you may recall, in January of 2024. So really excited to continue to accelerate that growth and continuously hold open houses and other programs for small women minority-owned businesses to be able to take advantage of the resources of SLDC and also of the city of St. Louis. As Noel spoke to, we recently acquired the Killark Electric site on MLK and Vendor Venner. That project will be focused on building the workforce development hub for the region and for the city, centered around advanced manufacturing. So there is a new advanced manufacturing innovation center that's coming just east of Rankin Technical College. There is about a $60 million investment happening there from various advanced manufacturing companies. Boeing, for example, has invested $5 million into this site. SLDC has committed around up to $15 million in new market tax credits for that center, really focused on research and development. But the Killark site, the Workforce Development Hub, will really be focused on attracting our youth, unemployed and underemployed, and really preparing them for the jobs in which are being built for the future in the advanced manufacturing, aerospace, defense, and construction. We also are bringing forth educational resources, providing support for early child care education. So we're setting aside resources, not just to house a child care facility, but also to train and educate and support many of our early child care providers on getting licensed. That's critically important resource, so we are going to be able to provide that opportunity. And then also being able to bring resources from City Hall to community. We are going to be partnering with the St. Louis Agency for Training and Employment, also the Office of Finance Prevention, and also moving some of our LRA staff to that site to be more open to the public and provide information where people are. So really excited about that program. We also have, for the Citywide Housing Development Fund, Noel laid it out perfectly around the various programs that's within this line item. We have committed and invested $10 million with Habitat for Humanity, as well as Tabernacle Community Development Corporation, to build 50 new homes for individuals at 80% AMI or below and create home ownership opportunities. These houses will be developed in North St. Louis as well as in Southeast, Dutchtown, and Gravelway Park. So really excited to be able to see some of those investments into for-sale housing opportunities for those at 80% AMI or below. We had 7 projects that were awarded 30% AMI funding to preserve and build 218 units that will be made available to families at 30% AMI and below. And as Noel spoke to, the $4 million that is not currently programmed, we will be creating a new program centered around not just the stabilization, but the full rehabilitation of LRA assets in some of our demonstration areas of the Economic Justice Action Plan. And just as a reminder, that includes Walnut Park East and West, the Project Connect neighborhoods, MLK, and then also Gravelway Park and Dutchtown. So those are the 5 demonstration areas that SLDC has committed to through our Economic Justice Action Plan, but also providing other resources across the entire city footprint. The North City Small Business and Nonprofit Grants the application closed yesterday. We've received over 550 applications for those funds. We provided training to over 240 businesses through NDC, partnership with that organization to help complete those applications, providing that technical assistance. We had about 500 businesses participate in the in Northside Economic Empowerment Center workshop. So they were able to get support with completing their application and more information. So we were very diligent and methodical about how we provided technical assistance support to each of those small businesses and nonprofits as they were completing that grant application. The next three programs will all be launching, accepting applications in November of this year. The down payment assistance program will provide up to $50,000 to individuals that are at 80% AMI or below to purchase homes in qualified census tracts, but also in areas that are non-qualified census tracts, because we want to see families that are at 80% AMI have the opportunity to purchase homes in neighborhoods that are more stabilized and are expanding areas as well. So we're really excited about that program. The Small Business and Nonprofit Revolving Loan Fund is being established with the St. Louis Community Credit Union. They've already identified a strong pipeline of small businesses, women, minority-owned businesses that are located in the city of St. Louis that can take advantage of those loan funds. The Supplier and Contractor Mobilization Fund. We are working with RISE Community Development Corporation. I think one of the unique programs, and I just want to make sure you all as the committee members and also the public understand, these ARPA funds are being put into these loan products to actually reduce the interest rates and de-risk a lot of these investments. So entities that may not have the ability to obtain traditional financing from a bank or a financial institution, they may go to a CDFI or go to a payday lender. Now they have another option. And with these funds, we are offering lower interest rates. So with the Supplier and Contractor Mobilization Fund, it's going to be at 4% interest rate on that product. And then on the revolving loan, it'll actually be at 1.5% to 2% below the current market interest rates. And so these funds are able to provide greater access to capital, but also the lower cost capital for these businesses. And again, we have a strong pipeline that's been built, and these applications will open up in November. The Proactive Development Fund has been a love of labor where we are working on identifying industrial sites, schools, and other strategic properties that are located in close proximity or contiguous to the LRA-owned properties to create more aggregated land to make it available for larger scale redevelopment that will create jobs and other amenities into areas that have been historically underserved and marginalized. The LRA rehabilitation loans is actually a commercial product that we're focused on targeting properties that are owned by LRA, their larger commercial inventory. We have procured 2 engineers to go and assess Club Imperial and also Wellston Loop. And those are the first 2 projects we will stabilize, leveraging those funds. We anticipate that stabilization to begin in the first quarter of 2024. And then the Digital Equity Fund, as Noel spoke to, we are still working on reviewing the digital inclusion plan and then allocating those resources aligned with that plan. I'll highlight 2 programs really quickly. The Small Business Grant Program, again, it serves 100% of all of the wards. So we've had small businesses receive grants in 100% of those wards. We had 72 of the 79 neighborhoods funded, and about 76% of those awardees in HUD qualified census tracts. The Housing Development Fund is underway with the $10 million from ARPA, leveraging the $4 million in tax credits, with Tabernacle CDC expecting their first home to be actually closed this week. So we're hoping to get that first home buyer into a neighborhood that has not seen a mortgage originated, again, in over 10 years. So we're creating a new market with these funds that we're bringing to the city. So really excited about that program. I spoke about the Northside Economic Empowerment Center, some of the successes that they've had to date. Really excited about that program. And then the Killark site, again, that's located on MLK, that would be a world-class workforce innovation center. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jared.
This will be brief. In terms of planning and urban design, PDA, $1 million was provided for neighborhood and capital planning in the hopes of attracting more neighborhood planners to the planning department. Unfortunately, that money has not been expended or programmed. And then $125,000 for a sustainability plan and update. We recently hired a new sustainability director, so looking forward for her to help us deploy those funds, but it is our intention to redeploy the money that was initially provided for neighborhood and capital planning for a comprehensive zoning update. With that, I will turn it over to Rich Bradley and Bethany Williams.
Good afternoon. I'm Rich Bradley, President of the Board of Public Service, and I will start off and then pass on to Bethany to Director Streets. So the appropriated funds are $136,425,000. The program funds $34,441,193.63, and the expenditures to date $17,645,693.33. So I want to start off and say that it's important to understand that we have very defined processes for infrastructure projects as well as for purchasing items like vehicles for the city. So we have to go through selections and bidding and procurements that are somewhat cumbersome, and we are actually following that process exactly. So we have already accomplished a lot of work, and maybe the numbers don't exactly show it, but as I walk through the list, you will see that. The green items on the list, when I get to there, show the items that are completed. So I'll start off and I'll just kind of walk through and give a brief explanation of each of the items. So the expanding broadband and Wi-Fi, the consultants had been selected. They assessed the city's assets. They also engaged with the community and did an evaluation of peers, provided an action plan, and the departments are currently working on estimates for projects related to that, and also a broadband analyst has been hired. The intentional encampments was talked about a little bit in Department of Human Services. We worked with them on the Tiny Home Village Phase 2 for the second 50 homes that were there out of that item. The Equitable Micro Transit Service Phase 1, which is in this ordinance, and then there's actually a Phase 2, which is in a following ordinance at the bottom of the list, started in 2022, and to date has given out 30,000 free rides to residents. That's approximately 3,000 rides per month. The service is Monday through Friday from 9 to 7 p.m., and it can be either through an application as an app on your phone or street hail. And currently the shuttles are charging in the stations right outside City Hall, so we're utilizing sustainability as well on that. The next four items on the list for the CJCC is for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and that is the Executive Director, Nicole Barton, was hired for that job. And Nicole has done a series of items through their meeting with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, obtaining a couple of grants, and also working on a regional crime initiative. We go to DHS ADA compliance project. So far to date, we have completed a transition plan on that project, and we have also programmed all the remaining funding as recommended by the transition fund for that project. So they could be any kind of project that allows usability, such as restrooms here in City Hall, sidewalks on a street, access to recreation centers, anything along those lines there. And then again, microtransit phase 2 is the continuation of the phase 1, and that is the project I talked about previously. On the next slide, we'll talk about the arterial street paving projects. And I want to just mention that this is the BPS portion of those arterial street paving projects. There is also a street department portion of those, which takes care of the in-house paving for the work. So before the ordinance was actually passed, we went ahead and put out qualifications and engaged with 3 traffic consultants, which we have delved this work out to. The traffic consultants are working on these projects right now, and it is our goal to have bid packages ready to bid in the second quarter of '24 so that we can get this work out and start working hand in hand with streets to pave, working with contractors to do modest traffic calming such as pinned on bump outs, striping, signage, curbing modifications, or whatever may be necessary in those 5 major corridors. The recreation boiler replacements are completed, and those were completed at Tandy, Wool, 12th and Park, Cherokee, and Marquette. The rec center pool renovations project is underway, and I'll walk through those real quickly. At Tandy, it's 95% complete, Wool 15% complete, 12th and Park 15% complete, Cherokee 15% complete, and Marquette 70% complete. And then the rec center roof replacements, there are 7 roofs at Tandy, Wool, 12th and Park, Booter, Cherokee, Gamble, and Marquette. And those are scheduled, they're currently in design and scheduled to go to bid in the first quarter of '24. On the next slide, we have fire department house roof replacements. It's 9 roofs on the remaining 9 fire stations that we have yet to re-roof through our capital program. That is also an in-house design and scheduled to bid in the first quarter of '24. Fire department magnet grip exhaust systems is completed. The vehicles are next, the ambulance replacements, the van, the pumpers, the 125-foot Quint, the 75-foot Quint, the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department vehicles are also all under order. POs have been issued for those. So we actually went through an advertisement, a spec, a bidding, and what we're waiting for now is for the vehicles to be manufactured and delivered. Police Academy stone facade tuck pointing on the Spruce Street side is completed. The SLMPD match for the Police Foundation, basically what that was the foundation donated $1.5 million to renovate 3 area police stations, and the city matched it with a $150,000 match. That is 95% completed, and we're closing that out currently. The City Justice Center renovations project, that $4.750 million, that was part of a $21.4 million package to emergency package to fix doors, systems, build the surveillance areas, and all the above over at the City Justice Center. That work on that project has been completed, and that total project is scheduled to be completed by the end of this calendar year. The public safety answering point, this is part of a $46 million project. There's also a companion part to this in a following ordinance later. We will talk about, we currently have about $30 million put together for this project. This project would be a consolidated 911 public safety answering point at Jefferson and Cass, located behind the fire department headquarters. We have just completed the feasibility study. We are ready to issue the notice to proceed for design, and all goes well, we should be completed with construction by the end of 2026, actually third quarter 26. Carnahan Courthouse Air Handler Project is 50% complete of construction. The juvenile court plumbing upgrades, both of those projects, that was 2 water mains that feed the juvenile courts. Those are both 100% completed. Medical examiners, asbestos abatement is also 100% completed. The City Hall fire alarm system, replacing a dated system that hasn't worked properly for a number of years, is 70% completed and scheduled to be done in April of '24. The municipal garage repairs, which was concrete, sewer work, painting, and a number of coatings over there, is all complete as well. The Central Industrial Roof Repairs Project is on an in-house design and scheduled to bid in the second quarter of '24. The vehicles, city vehicle, non-police and fire, just about all those have been ordered. POs have been issued, and again, we're waiting for the vehicles to be delivered. On the final slide, refuse trucks, those have been ordered. Coupled with this money, with some 516 money from Refuse Division, we were able to order 9 new refuse trucks. And so as soon as they arrive, which is probably within about the next 6 months or so, we should have all them in. We will have an additional 3 cart trucks and 6 alley trucks, so that will help our fleet. We need currently on a daily basis 36 alley trucks and 12 cart trucks to do our fleet. We're averaging right about 47, 48 total right now. So we're doing okay, but this will certainly get rid of some of the problem vehicles that we have today. Traffic calming and roadway improvements under Ordinance 71650. This is a project that is also coupled with the 5 major arterial roadways, and they were assigned to those traffic consultants that I spoke of earlier. And these are on Goodfellow, North Kings Highway, South Grand, the Chippewa location at Ted Drew's, and then downtown on 4th and Broadway. And so we look at those also being ready to go out for bid packages in the second quarter of '24. The traffic calming and roadway improvements, those are additional ADA and traffic calming improvements to the 5 major corridors that I highlighted earlier in the Board Bill 184 ordinance. And basically what these projects do is they add ADA ramps and sidewalk and things along those lines to address traffic calming and ADA improvements in those corridors. The Greenway improvements, North Grand, the city is working with GRG on the Brickline Greenway, and on North Grand, we are working with them by giving them $2 million in order to do street enhancements within the public right-of-way as a portion of the Brickline Greenway. Public safety entry point, as I mentioned before, this is the second part of that funding source that got us to the $30 million that we currently have. And so this is just the balance of the 30 million to 15 million. Again, that project, if all goes well, we should be completed by third quarter of '26. Safety improvements, top 10 crash intersection locations. This project was assigned to our traffic consultants that I mentioned earlier, and the actual locations, just to run through those very quickly, are Broadway in Washington, Grand Forest Park Parkway, Gravois Russell Tucker, North Grand Dr. Martin Luther King Evans, Broadway in Walnut, Kings Highway in Lindell, Florissant and Palm, Kings Highway in Delmar, Grand and Gravois, and Lindell and Whittier. And those crash intersections were determined by crashes of vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle, and they were the top 10 in the city. And we will do intersection improvements on each of those. Again, the plan would be is to have bid packages ready for bidding in about second quarter of '24. And then street paving for arterials, that couples with the 5 arterials above. All these projects have been programmed together, and that street paving will help us get to the point of terminus of all those 5 corridors, as well as help the street department with funding the paving of those 5 corridors. So I'll pass it off to Bethany.
Thank you, Rich.
Good afternoon. My name is Bethany Williams, Director of Streets, and it is an honor to be before you today. We are going to jump into some of the paving or streets department line items that we've been allocated ARPA funds for. As you can see, when you look at what's been programmed and what has been spent, a lot of these funds, we are actually currently in the process of either doing task orders. As the work is completed, we're paying for it, or we're in the process of securing RFPs to get most of this work done. So most of these items I will try to highlight to give you an update of where we stand on all of these items. So first and foremost, you see the LED street lights. These funds were allocated so that we could include the rest of the city of St. Louis, updating the city lighting to LED lights. And so we have a contract that is currently open. It is a task order, and we're starting in the 13th and 12th Ward, and they should be starting within the next 2 weeks. We have started receiving invoices for materials, so we know that our contractor is actually actively ordering those pieces of equipment. I will go into further detail about the refuse trash task force cameras updating, the funds for street paving that Rich spoke of early. What you see here, this is the streets department's portion of what it will take for us to pave these 5 major arterials that have been spoke of multiple times in the previous presentation. What that is, the streets department will do the paving work once that project has been completed. And that's the ADA enhancements and all of the traffic calming features. Then we will come behind them with the paving. And so those are the funds you see for that. The mobility and traffic master plan, everyone has talked about it. We have graciously been waiting the anticipation of it. We are now currently under contract with CMT, and we're working to make sure that they can complete this work for us in 18-month time span so that we can see what they have provided and we can start that work in the community. The residential plowing of streets, you see that we're working on that RFP currently, as well as refuse pilot project. I'll speak more to that one. And then the sidewalk improvement funds that you see. Streets Department has been allocated a total of 19.4, almost 19.5 million, as well as an additional 500,000 that has been given to us for some additional work that I'll speak of as well. So when we talk about the refuse trash cameras, we work with the investigation unit, and currently we've ordered 100 cameras have been ordered, iPads, as well as a data plan has been purchased for the police officers. This is a total of 150,000 that has been spent, and they're actively installing those cameras as we speak. We also moved down to the plowing of residential streets. That is 1.3 million that have been allocated for that, and we're working on the RFP to identify small contractors that can come in and do this work hand in toe with the streets department when we are doing plowing and winter operations. The refuse pilot project, this $1 million has been allocated to us to look at how do we add more roll carts to our city, or either identify asset management of where our dumpsters are currently in the city of St. Louis. So this RFP has gone to legal. They are processing it, reviewing it, and it is my hope that that RFP will be on the street within the next few weeks. And what that will do is give us the data points, one, asset management to know what carts we have, what dumpsters we have, and then we're able to move. The second part of that will be able to look at routes where we can possibly convert them to roll carts instead of less dumpsters within the city.
Next slide. Here we have the sidewalk improvement. This was looking at the 50/50 sidewalk program. And we had requests that stem back from 2017. We have currently awarded 2 projects, and this says 1.8 million. We don't know the final dollar amount until all of the work is done. But what I want to assure you is that 225,000 will be spent per ward with each one of, or with these $6 million. We are going into the second round of contracts, which will be 2 more additional contracts, and then we'll have one final contract that will pick up anything that was left behind. To make it perfectly clear, the $6 million that we have for these sidewalk improvements, they will not cover the entire request that we had for this 50/50 sidewalk improvement program. But we are making sure that we do spend at least 225,000 per ward as we're moving through. How we're looking at the requests, they're how they come into the system. So as we had residents to add their request in to participate in the 50/50 sidewalk program, that's the same list that we are currently using. The last thing I want to speak about is the illegal dumping. You heard some about it today, the 500,000, sorry, that we will be able to utilize to assist us with debris pickup when we have illegal dumping in alleys, working with Refuse Division as well as our investigation unit. Once they're done and they're complete with their investigation, this contractor will be able to go out and assist us and help us picking up illegal dumping within a time manner. This is just additional people on the ground. We all hope for more capacity and more people in our departments, but the realization of it, we don't know when that day will come. So grateful for these funds because this allows us to hire a contractor that will be able to assist us in picking up some of this illegal dumping in our hot areas around town. And so that RFP will be shared hopefully within the next few weeks as well. The last slide that you have here before you, it's kind of small, but this just gives an overall of all of the projects that we currently have going on. This is a bit larger than just the streets department. This has really BPS. This was Rich's final slide, I want to say, but it just got caught up in mine. But this is just an overview of all of the projects that you have before you. So that's what I have as far as the streets department is concerned. And it is my hope that we will be able to come back as we do these task orders and more spending is spent, that we can share those numbers with you as they're done. Thank you.
So Parks, Rec, and Forestry. Learning Labs is the first expenditure, and it's an interesting item in the sense that well-intentioned wanted to expand computer access in our recreation centers and found out that in some of these recreation centers you have to unplug the microphone, unplug the microwave if you want to use the computer. So we've looked at this actual appropriation, and the comptroller and legal are fine with, in efforts to get a learning lab in these places, upgrade the electrical. So these funds will be used to improve the electrical foundation in some of the rec centers in efforts to get them to a place where they can have a learning lab. Basketball leagues, we have done recent basketball league where 80 men participated, ages 18 to 32, and it lasted August 11th through September 23rd. This basketball league is not deemed midnight basketball, but it is an evening league that intends to provide something to do for folks. In terms of behavioral rec programming, I believe there are 3 vendors that are signed up to provide this. New Dimension Soccer Program, it is a specific entity that has been programmed in terms of hazardous tree removal. That has been fully programmed as well. And then in terms of Hyde Park and Marquette improvements, those were appropriated during the last infrastructure bill. So there probably needs to be some consultation with the Capital Committee as to other funds that could be used to aid and assist in projects for those parks. In terms of the Office of the Treasurer, they are provided with $5 million for the Guaranteed Basic Income Program. Would be remiss if I did not remind folks that tomorrow is the last day to apply for that program. I think to date we've had almost 5,000 applications. Under the program, we will be able to serve approximately 540 families with children or dependents in a St. Louis public district or charter school. 440 of those families will be paid for by ARPA, and another 100 are being underwritten by Jack Dorsey and his philanthropic arm. So it is not too late if you have constituents with kids in school. We encourage you to remind them that tomorrow is the deadline. And the program is available for those, like I said, who have dependents in public schools and make up to 170% of the AMI. So happy to provide additional information since the deadline is tomorrow for your constituents. In terms of ITSA and Board of Elections, they've received approximately $8 million. $3 million of that has been programmed with $2 million in expenditures. So data analytics and software, all of that money has been programmed. High speed and rec centers, I believe the rec centers are 12th and Park, Cherokee Rec Center, Gamble Rec Center, Marquette Rec Center, Tandy, Wool, and Booter was previously upgraded under CARES. With respect to Board of Elections, they've spent about $2 million in new technology to expand ballot access. They're trying to replicate what's done in St. Louis County and have technology that allows people to vote all over the city. Speaking with them yesterday, I think a lot of the other funding that they will be deal with accessibility and ADA, accessibility for voting. And then in terms of workplace modernization, enhancement, those funds are still in process. I know our CTO is interested in improving forward-facing services, and that's going to require collaboration with some of our county offices and other city elected officials. Communications and citywide expenditures. So part of this money was used for vaccination education and marketing through STL TV. That money has all been programmed and 200,000 of it has been spent. The majority of this money went to providing city employees with $2,000 bonuses. So that is where that money went. Administrative oversight. So approximately $2 million has been appropriated for that. 878,000 of that has been programmed, and we've incurred about $500,000 in expenditures. Auditing services, as many department heads have touched upon, ARPA funds are heavily regulated. And it's incumbent that we don't violate Treasury rules or do anything that runs afoul of the requirements of ARPA. In terms of accounting and monitoring staff, those are positions that are appropriated to the comptroller's office. So I don't have an in-depth update on those funds or plans for those. In telecom system replacements, that is another department that lives in the comptroller's office. So those were, I think, made at the request of the Capital Committee, and because the comptroller's office is in charge of the telecom system, lives in the comptroller's office. In terms of providing additional money for legal services, this is an expenditure where if we have to, or if we're in need of legal assistance to help us troubleshoot compliance issues, this money is available for that. And then for the City Councilor's office, annual and quarterly reporting, just in case that's needed. Project and monitoring staff, that lives in SEMA. So the reports, the quarterly reports that we're required to submit for Treasury, those staff are paid and live in SEMA. Financial services and compliance and ARPA administrative staff, that apparatus, like I said, is in SEMA. In terms of other services that live in the mayor's office, project manager and transparency portal, we have not hired someone but are in talks with potentially providing a consultant for the transparency portal. In terms of translation services, we have a contract with International Institute, and for any services that require translation, they simply provide us with those materials in different languages. Marketing and communications, we have selected a vendor to help with marketing and communications for ARPA efforts, particularly those in departments that don't have PIOs to uplift some of the work and services that are being paid for. ARPA support and technical assistance, we just kind of similar. And then support for technical assistance and data evaluation. And then ARPA support just for technical assistance as we continue along this path and may need to supplement the work that exists in departments if things get stuck. And with that, I will allow the chair to ask questions of me or any of the other department heads that are still here.
Okay, great. Alderman Cone.
All right. There's a lot here. Just kind of going to go back to the beginning. My apologies to everyone whose ears I just offended. CDA obviously has quite a bit of money that was discussed here. Noel, thank you. You all have most of this programmed, so I'm kind of curious where things are specifically with, we have like North City Small Business Nonprofit Grants, 37 million is programmed, $500,000 is expended. We have the home ownership down payment assistance program, 4 million is programmed, 24,000 is expended.
I can speak to those.
Yeah.
So specifically with the North St. Louis Small Business and Nonprofit Grants, that application period closed yesterday. As Neil mentioned, they received over 550 awards, and so SLDC will be proceeding to enter into grant agreements once they have selected those recipients, and all funds, of course, will be obligated by 2024. When we say programmed, the reason that that reads programmed is because CDA has entered into a contractual subrecipient agreement with SLDC, and so from the perspective of our Treasury reporting, it is programmed, and that the city has entered into an obligation.
With another city agency.
Well, except that it's a 501c4 nonprofit.
Right.
But same story applies with respect to the home ownership fund. Of that, 500,000, as I mentioned, is committed already to CDA projects, and those projects are identified and award letters sent out. Then of that 4 million, 200,000 is SLDC admin, and 3.8 million is the partnership with Stiefel, which will launch. I don't know, Neil, if you want to. November 15th. Yeah. If you want to speak more to that one.
No, so we already have completed the contracts with Stiefel to ensure that they have the proper guidelines. They've also are procuring various mortgage lenders to ensure that the products that are being provided to the various home buyers are not predatory in any way. So we have some approval there. So we've been going through program design with Stiefel, with St. Louis Community Credit Union, and with RISE CDC really over the last several months. After we've issued RFPs, we evaluated those RFPs. We then had to take the responses back to a selection committee body made up of members and representatives from ENA. So we had a representative from the president of the Board of Aldermen, from the Comptroller's office and the mayor's office. So every one of these contracts that we've RFP'd, over $250,000 have went to that committee. Once that committee approves the selections, it then has to go to the SLDC board for approval. Then we can enter into a contract with the various organizations. And so that's why it kind of has to go through those various steps and processes, as well as negotiating and ensure that the various partners that we work with understand the guidelines associated with the ARPA proceeds, and that they're not conflating the two, and have the appropriate compliance reporting set up for us to report out to Treasury on a monthly basis.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, lots of pictures in between the numbers here, the different pages. So trying to just dive into the numbers and light items as best I can. So the Gateway Go, I just want to say, and you spoke to this, it's been a very successful program. I would love to see us, continue with that, grow it even more. The digital literacy program at SL Public Libraries, I'm kind of curious, how does that fit in with, because both the, digital literacy and the Digital Equity Fund, neither of them have been spent down. So you gave an explanation for the library, but I don't recall hearing one on the Equity Fund.
Yeah, with respect to the Digital Literacy Fund, that grant has been rescinded.
Right.
And will be reappropriated. With respect to the Digital Equity Fund, that was a pretty late appropriation, 71,650. I think it may even have been this year. And so that's the only reason it hasn't been programmed. We have actually been doing deep work to design the interventions that will have the most impact, and again, have a large digital inclusion study that was procured actually, I believe, through BPS, if I'm not mistaken, because the initial appropriation for some digital equity initiatives was also through the Board of Public Service. So those funds have been spent, and there has been work ongoing.
And I just wanted to note, we did go through an extensive process with God House. That digital inclusion action plan has actually been published on the city's website, so it's available to the public to see some of the priorities. We will go through those priorities from that plan and then begin to program investments based off of the research and the gaps that have been identified through that action plan that was just completed and published earlier this month.
So, but BPS has a separate line item, not that the Digital Equity Fund is a separate line item than the one that BPS has. And BPS has already expended funds related to their citywide Wi-Fi and broadband program.
Exactly, and I'm just showing how those layer together. So the BPS expenditures essentially have laid the groundwork for the digital equity fund and how those $5 million will be programmed.
Okay. I, for many, many years now have, gotten feedback that at least providing public Wi-Fi in our parks would be a really great enhancement to the coverage.
We agree, and that's one of the recommendations of the Digital Inclusion Action Plan and one of our priorities for investing these $5 million in funds.
And I mean, if we did it in all of our parks, there's what, like 109 parks in the city's park system.
That might
I mean, that
cost-
pretty much touches every facet of the city.
It might cost more than 5 million. One of the key next steps as well is for ITSA to conduct what are called spectrum tests to essentially establish the range of these Wi-Fi access points, and that'll help us assess the total cost of what it would cost to light up all our parks.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So can you ask me that question one more time, please?
So, well, I think the question's been answered. I was curious about the BPS expenditures for public Wi-Fi and how that kind of relays back to or ties back to the Digital Equity Fund. So I think Noel just covered that.
And if you needed some more information on that, Simon is the point guy. We can get you whatever you need on that.
Right. So, but I was just saying, Rich, I think it would be helpful, if we're doing this, kind of groundwork here, the feedback that I've continually gotten is if we can't do something citywide, if we can at least focus on our neighborhood parks, not just a few, not just Carondelet, not just O'Fallon, but, the neighborhood parks as well, that would be really awesome. And it would touch, most of the city in some way. So, and at least have close access to that free public Wi-Fi. Thank you. The Planning and Urban Design Agency, Jared, is it my understanding the request is to move the 1 million that wasn't spent and move it into a zoning plan?
That is correct.
Okay. We need that. I don't think our zoning in the city has had a comprehensive update since 1940s. I'm not going to get into all of the BPS and streets department line items, but there are a couple that I'm confused about here because we keep talking about these 5 major corridors, and I believe none of them are actually identified on here. It just says arterial street paving, one street to another street. It doesn't actually say which street is being paved. But I can infer from some of the to and froms which streets are which here. And the last one, it seems, is Grand. So Chippewa to Shodo is what's highlighted here. No, Hall Street to Holly Hills is Broadway, I would imagine.
Right. So the streets are.
So it's a little difficult to kind of tell because the streets are not identified on here.
That's correct.
So can you maybe like slowly walk through each one and which street is which?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The first one is Union from Enright to Florissant. The second one is Grand from Holly Hills to Hall Street. The third is Kings Highway from Gravois to Florissant. The fourth is Jefferson from Chippewa to Shodo. And then there's a fifth one that is not shown on there that was added by an addendum, and that is Goodfellow from Delmar to Halls Ferry.
So I thought Broadway was one of the streets that was being looked at.
Not on the 5 arterials. That was not included in there.
Okay. Well, that solves my question about Grand because the map that was shown, I think it might have been on Director Williams' portion of the presentation, has Grand from, I guess that would be Hall Street to Holly Hills.
That's right.
Identified. So that was a little bit of confusion on my part just because the actual streets aren't identified in the line item. So that is wonderful news for residents of the third ward and consistent with what I've been telling them for the last 2 years. So glad I haven't been made a liar at the hearing here. But the next questions that I have are related to refuse, because as Director Williams, I no doubt is aware, that's always a hot topic. So with the refuse trucks that we're ordering, or that I think Rich said have been
Yes.
ordered, are those the same design, or are they a new design that is compatible with other dumpsters throughout the region? Or are we kind of sticking with the like St. Louis City model that?
So if you look at the actual body style of the truck, we have gone with the smaller body style for the overall truck. Now, the hooking mechanism that we actually pick the dumpsters up is the same. It will take us some time in this study that we're doing to identify how we can convert the city or more of the city to roll carts if possible. It's going to take us some time to phase into that. And these trucks will probably be at their life expectancy within the time frame. I do anticipate that we still will have dumpsters in the city over the next 5 to 10 years, but right now, to complete the service, these are the trucks that we need. And so I focused on more of the body style than the hooking mechanism.
Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate that. And I'm curious, and you and I've had this conversation in neighborhood meetings and other places, but with the evaluation that the refuse department is going through, we've talked about pilot programs for rollout carts and things of that nature. Is that represented these funds, or is that somewhere else?
Yes, so the pilot program that you see, let me go down. I think I'm going the right way. Yes, so the refuse pilot project, what that will consist of, it will be done in 2 parts. The first part will be asset management. We will be able to identify what we currently have out in our alleys. We will be able to identify service that we're providing to residents that are no longer paying for service. We will be able to identify where you've had a 4-family flat and it's been converted into a nice large home where they may not need that oversized dumpster anymore. So this study will allow us that space to identify what we currently have in our needs. Then we will be able to identify routes. So they will make recommendations to me in this study with routes that are parts of town that they think we can convert. And the second half of this study will be that they will actually go out 3 to 5 routes, and we will make sure before we just do a major conversion that it will work. And at that point, it's my hope to come back before the Board of Aldermen to identify. Some of you have shared with me that you have 1 or 2 routes, or you want your whole ward to be converted. I just want some data to help me and assist me in making those conversions first. So the second part of this, I will be back to talk about, these are the routes that they recommended. Are you still on board with wanting to do a trial in your area?
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am definitely up for piloting new ways of dealing with refuse in this city. I think that addresses, a number of my questions here. What's not identified in here, though, Director Williams, and I'm curious if the department has any numbers or data to speak to it. Some of the feedback that I've received from constituents over the years is the kind of tracking of refuse vehicles, tracking of like street cleaning vehicles as well, so that people know, if they've been down the alleyway thing, so GPS tracking and basically having like some sort of publicly available map to say, oh, this refuse truck wasn't available today because it was offline, or we didn't have, someone to cover the shift or what have you. Is that something that is being reviewed by either the administration or the streets department to try and have that more readily accessible so we don't get the constituent phone calls complaining about it because, we don't keep calendars for the refuse employees either, or, keep track of every single vehicle. So it certainly is something that I think would be a nice to have.
Right.
And I just want to know if that's something that's being reviewed or discussed that we could use these types of funds for too.
Right, so we have not incorporated them with these funds, but it is something that we plan to evaluate. If you remember, we had a pilot program maybe last year that we looked at GPS and we looked at accountability. We just were not at a place for asset management for me to be able to move a program or a system like that into place. What that will provide is that accountability piece. When a customer calls CSB, they will be able to tap into our system and say, oh, your cart wasn't out, or that truck came by at 6:55 a.m. and your cart should be out by 6:30, and you put your cart out at 10 a.m. No, your service was not collected. So it will help us as well as in claims that we have. We will be able to see, and it leaves breadcrumbs of every time a service is picked up. When a driver slows down to a complete stop, it's able to take pictures. We will also be able to purchase additional items with that software that could tell us where potholes are, where we could be more proactive, and just really assist us in other parts of the department outside of just trash service. My plan is to really utilize the trash trucks because they see most of our roads on a daily basis, a weekly basis, more than probably some of our other fleet that we have in the streets department. So that is the best tool for us to utilize. It's just getting to that point where we can make all of this connect and just doing this groundwork. And I think that the funds, the ARPA dollars for this pilot program will allow us to expand to some of those places in the future.
Awesome. That would be absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And moving along here, Parks, Recreation, and Forestry. Jared, just out of curiosity, the hazardous tree removal, is that for parks or is that for forestry? So are those city, like street trees, or is that trees that are in our parks that need to be removed? We have problems with both, obviously, but I'm just curious if that covers both or if that covers one or the other.
I need to learn or understand the source and use because I know Forest Park had a huge issue with trees and some other parks have had huge tree issues. So I don't know. I know that we are doing tree removal for the trees that are becoming invasive species, but I also know that we have a park issue as well. So I'm not sure if this line item which issue this line item addresses. I know that we're spending money on both.
So part of the reason I'm asking that, and I didn't even think about the invasive tree problem. That's interesting. I was thinking it was more dead trees that are falling over or have the potential to fall over on people or property. But we do have quite a few invasive species that need removal and replacement as well. But part of the reason I'm asking that, I have several parks in my ward, one of which I've probably reported the 5 dead trees in there to parks less than a handful of times, but a couple of times at this point. They're still there. And we have roughly, $900,000 in this pot of money to deal with those types of situations. So it would be nice to see more responsiveness around those types of concerns from neighbors. So I wasn't sure, like, if that is park money, then, we've got a lot of opportunity there. If it's street trees, there's still a huge problem with street trees too. I think my last question will be I have several, but we're on 3 hours here and I don't want to take up all of the question time. But the I think it was SEMA. Where are we with SEMA and just I don't see it here in the line items, but I thought we had talked about or had appropriated funds for SEMA for the replacement of the emergency management system.
I think that might be a capital expense. Are you talking about sirens or?
Yeah, I thought we had actually appropriated ARPA funds for that, but maybe I'm mistaken, but
So I thought the sirens actually we took from Eco Devo, Paul. And so that was an expense that, to replace 60 sirens around town. We're working with Sarah Russell right now. We're going to hire a consultant who will come and tell us, reprogram the city for those. And I believe the number was in the order of about $3 million to reprogram, replace, and get a full new siren system up and running. I believe it was Eco Devo funds.
okay, thank you. So not ARPA, but we have appropriated funds for the replacement of the system.
If my memory serves me, that may have been a recommendation from the capital committee that did not get adopted by the Board of Aldermen. So you probably saw it in the first iteration of an infrastructure bill, but for whatever reason, it did not get implemented in ARPA. But luckily, through Eco Devo, we're able to meet that obligation.
Great. That's all the questions that I have for this afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jared. Thank you all.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's time today. I know it's been a minute. So going back to CDA, we had, you mentioned 200 applications, 50 that were funded. Were the other 150 just the funds run out? Were they 100 of them funds run out, 50 weren't qualified? I mean, what was the breakdown for the rest of the applications?
It was primarily a lack of funding. Almost all the applicants were eligible nonprofits, with a few exceptions of folks who were outside of our target geographic footprint, or did not have the requisite documentation with the Secretary of State or SAM.gov. But for the most part, applicants were eligible, and it was a lack of funding. We are preparing a table of unfunded needs that we'll be working with SLDC and the Mayor's Office and others to try and connect these nonprofits to funders.
So you know exactly where I was going with that then. I was like, well, how do we get them funded? There's probably a lot of really good ideas, certainly in my neighborhoods. I don't know that any of the funds here went to Ward 1, so I know some applications there would really like to get the funding and get information. That might be it. Okay, and then you mentioned in the Citywide Housing Development Fund that there was $4 million of redevelopment funds that would be going to LRA. Can you speak a little bit more about that? That might be a Neil question.
Yes.
Yeah, so what we've historically seen with programs such as Prop NS and other public funding, we've put in enough resources in some cases to stabilize a home and then put it up for auction. But we've also identified with rising costs of construction, interest rate, labor, that the city can be more proactive, specifically LRA, in stabilizing and rehabilitating their own inventory. And so we're going to leverage that $4 million to invest into the full stabilization of those LRA residential homes and then make them available on the market for individuals to purchase.
And this might be another opportunity for us to recoup some of the ARPA funds to then stay within the LRA. I mean, how would you?
The goal would be for us to revolve those. So if we
in
have,
LRA?
Yeah, in LRA. So if we have $4 million appropriated to the program, we do $4 million of housing production. The majority of the times we will take a loss on some losses on those houses, but let's say we recoup $3.6 million of the first $4 million, we would then reinvest that back into homes overall. And so we're currently projecting about $200,000 to $250,000 per house to be able to rehab, and then depending on the market where those LRA properties are located will dictate how much we'll be able to sell those properties for, and then time.
Thank you. And then for the home ownership fund, you mentioned 80% AMI is the qualification, but were there any other qualifications? Why do I think that was available for city employees? Is that not?
It is. So we are promoting that to city employees. So it'll be made available any employee of the city that's at 80% AMI or below to actually apply for that down payment assistance. For those who currently are not pre-qualified for a mortgage or does not have access to their credit score, as they go through the application process, we will refer them over to the Office of Financial Empowerment to ensure that they're getting financial literacy training as well. But we are making this available to city employees and others too.
And others too.
Others outside of just the city employees. So anybody that's 80% AMI or below that wants to move into the city can take advantage of this program. But we are promoting it specifically to city workers and have resources through the Office of Financial Empowerment to ensure they're getting the financial literacy and other training support.
And there's already been applications in for those, or?
No, they open up on November 15th.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's a soon thing. We'll be
Yes,
talking
exactly.
about that. Okay.
Yeah, in addition to the nonprofit and small business revolving loan fund and the supplier and contractor mobilization fund as well.
Are both of those, the revolving loan fund, is that also now there hopefully will be money from ARPA going forward?
Yeah, so they will be reinvested
Oh.
into those. And so
I would love to see a list of all of the things that we're doing in the city with ARPA funds that are being used in this way. I think this is a very interesting, that's kind of an aside for someone else to write down, but.
Yeah, it allows us to drive greater impact, obviously, with the dollars over time. Obviously, grant proceeds are important to help business stabilize, but as we think about long-term sustainability of businesses, we want to provide them with access to capital through lending products, because that does two things. It provides them with lower cost capital, but then also creates the opportunity for them to build a relationship with the financial institution. They can then show that they can carry some debt on their operational books to be able to get more capital from other financial institutions.
And you said that also opens November.
November 15th. Yes, correct.
November 15th is going to be a big day.
Yes.
Okay. Great. For the small business grant program that has mostly been expended, how many businesses applied and how many
Yeah,
businesses?
so we had over 1,100 businesses that applied. So the majority of them were awarded small business grants. The ones that did not get awarded, the majority of them either did not have a business license or are not up to date on their taxes, or they have their location is in the county and not in the city. And so we had a lot of those businesses that actually applied from the county for city resources, but this program was made available only to city businesses.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now moving on. Thank you so much. I think I'm to Board of Public Service and Streets question. Thank you for coming up. For the line item that says BPS DHS ADA compliance project, is that more a plan or is that funding actual improvements?
Both.
Okay.
They actually funded, under the direction of David Newberger, funded the ADA transition plan, which was completed by Oates and Associates, a phase one for the city. Then as part of that plan, they came up with a list of the highest priority projects in the city, which are programmed with the remainder of that fund, which is about $1.6 million in projects.
Okay, thank you. Are the rest of the locations that are being planned being made available to aldermen for consideration for ward capital? What happens to the plan? What's the next step for all the ones that might not be funded by ARPA?
Right. So the first initial list is the projects that we're working on right now to get those completed. However, every year in the capital, I continue to work with David and put in $2 or $3 million, because the plan itself, if you were to try to accomplish the entire 88 deficiencies of the city, you would be somewhere in the $15 to $25 million range. So we need a lot more than $2 million to get us there. But the 2 million got us the plan, which gets us in a good position with the United States Department of Justice for having a transition plan. We started the plan, so it looks good if they come in, but we need to continue to fund that plan until everything is in its place.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this could be a great thing to put into those ward capital conversations at the beginning of the budget year with what can be funded. You know, I don't think I've ever had anyone say, "Oh, and here's an ADA project that could be funded by ward capital." It'd be an interesting thing to hear. For the Kings Highway portion of the street paving and Board of Public Service at the traffic calming, I'm looking at the map here that shows the traffic study implementation, 12 million. It says Kings Highway, Lindell to MLK, where there is a traffic study in the southern portion of Kings Highway that's not mentioned.
So basically what happened was we had so much funding to do. We had so many traffic studies that were completed. Alderwoman Howard completed a traffic study on that portion, but it was not selected as part of that traffic calming in this particular portion of the work due to funding that was available. If additional funding becomes available, we can certainly do that. Remember, the traffic calming can be added on top of a repaved street, pinned on curbs, bump outs, striping. So it can be added after the paving is done.
Right. I had been under the impression when I was voting for that the Kings Highway in South City, where I represented portion of that project as alderman from the 13th Ward, and the 13th Ward helped fund that study. And there's also $400,000 of ward capital sitting in a fund right now for that portion of Kings Highway traffic study. So it's very disappointing that that is not included in ARPA, as there is almost $500,000 waiting to be leveraged.
So I will say that there were additional funding sources that were put in ARPA for the additional ADA and traffic calming in the last ordinance we talked about for $14.5 million. As we go through the project and we spend through the project, we will continue to go until we run out of money. So I'm not going to say we're definitely not going to get to that, but it wasn't chosen as a portion that was definite.
Okay. That brings me to my next question, which is really about, you know, do you think that the appropriations are going to be, as everything seems to cost more money and contractors are harder to get, and they were competing with every other city in the region for these different projects to occur, do you feel like these funds are going to be sufficient for what we're looking at now for these sorts of projects?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
Okay.
not.
That's a no. That was a no.
No,
Got it.
projects today are running anywhere from 40 to 50% over budget. You can look at the industry and see that. And so the cost of materials has went up exorbitantly, the cost of asphalt, petroleum, so forth. So no, I do not think it is enough, but I think at the end of the day, that's what was appropriated. We're going to break it into packages, and we're going to work as far as we possibly can to get as much done as we can. But am I 100% sure that we will get from limit to limit? Absolutely not.
Obviously this piece of the conversation is going to need a lot more time. There are other funding sources that can be considered for some of these things, but when we're talking about, and we haven't gotten to the next bill yet, about reallocating ARPA funds, if we think we are reallocating funds to new projects without fully funding or finishing projects that we've already allocated, already expended, hundreds probably of hours of city time on, I don't know that that makes any sense to me at all, but that's the next question that we'll be going through with the bill that will be in front of us. Okay. Let's see. For the mobility and transportation master plan, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what that plan is actually going to tell us. If it's going to be, here's the slew of traffic calming things that we can use in the city, or if it will be, these are the 20 intersections you should be focusing on. And can you give me an understanding of what we'll actually learn from that?
So I would think it's all the above. We're working through the scope right now. We had $1.250 million to see what we can accomplish as part of that program. So part of it is a Vision Zero program, traffic calming that is standardized as opposed to the way we did it before where, you go from a different ward and things were different. So we want to do a citywide plan so there's continuity. When you go from one ward to another, you don't see carte blanche different measures of traffic calming. And so I really believe a lot of it is getting a solid plan, getting specifications, and setting us up for future grants that we have an action plan so we can apply for implementation grants, which we currently don't have. So it's money well spent because then we can apply for federal grants and get, spend 20 cents on a dollar and get the rest federally funded. And right now, East West Gateway is also putting together a regional action plan. And so part of our plan will be to dovetail along with them and make sure that we're, in the city, but also in the region, continuous.
Thank you. Yeah, I think with the conversation we just had about the Kings Highway traffic calming plan, that was completed in the end of 2019, and it's 2023 now. We've done none of the improvements suggested, and now I'm finding out that it is not even included in the ARPA traffic calming that I thought it was. And so we keep adding layer of plans, and I just wonder about how they all tie together so that actual concrete eventually is poured. That is my, I know that is your priority, it is my priority.
Part of the mobility and transportation plan also is to take all those completed studies, it will review them, and again, it will find a common core of improvements from all of them. When you review those traffic calming plans, many times, a lot of them are night and day different from each other, just depending on what part of the city that's in, right? So that plan will take everything completed to date, and it will bring it up to speed where it needs to be.
Okay, yeah, I have a few plans that are moving forward in my ward now that were either started before I was an alderperson or, the idea was started and now we actually have the bids out for the planning. And I'm just wondering if, how all of these plans are going to overlap with, we're still doing this, we're still having these neighborhood planning efforts happening. And if, you're telling me they're night and day difference from each other and this plan might show what is or is not going to be accepted, I just want to make sure that we're spending all of the money in the same direction as opposed to, I'm over here doing something, ARPA's over here doing something else. And
So that's the key to a lot of it is that a lot of these projects are going on right now at the exact same time. But until we actually get a scope of work and a contract negotiated for the transportation mobility plan with Crawford Murphy and Tilly, we have to continue doing what we're doing. We should have a scope and a contract relatively quickly here. We've done all the heavy lifting for it already. And once they're on board, we will engage them in all these little portions of all these traffic and transportation studies that your neighborhoods are doing. So now is probably not a bad time, for everything to come together. It's the ones that were completed years and years before that we have to pick through, and we really have to take the best elements out of those.
Okay, thank you. For moving on to the refuse pilot project, will recycling information, will it consider recycling in the city of St. Louis, or mostly just whether or not we do roll carts or?
So it will be more general to just our carts, assets of how many dumpsters we have out. It will be able to tell me how many recycled dumpsters I have out in the city, yard waste and solid waste dumpsters. We'll look at capacity, how much are we bringing in on a monthly basis, things of that nature as far as tonnage and all of that. It will not speak to how we can recycle better. But I think that, not to get off the topic of this, Jared, so don't get me, but our new contract that we have with our post-collection, part of that speaks to how this company can help us improve our recycle efforts. So once I get at least 6 months of data with our recycling, how it currently is, then we can move into some type of phasing of how we can improve our recycling across the city.
Thank you. I was just flipping through pages to make sure I didn't miss anything. But I think that is all my questions. Thank you all for being so generous with your time.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Sanya.
I just want to thank you for you all's time. No questions.
All right, with that, Jared, did you have anything you wanted to close us out with?
No, thank you all for your time, and I look forward to providing more consistent updates and ask again that you let your constituents know about the GBI deadline tomorrow. So thank you again for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Thank you all for your time today. With this, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Sanye.
Okay, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. It looks like we're going to get to item number 1 as listed on our agenda. And Alderwoman Clark Hubbard has a presentation prepared for us. I have been told that she's not asking for a vote today. She just wants to go through to kind of get us familiar with this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. I would like to, before I get started, make the motion that we put Board Bill number 143 committee sub before us. It's in the drive.
So moved.
Second. Right. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Alderman Cone,
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderwoman Sanye,
Aye.
Alderman Browning, Chair Clark Hubbard, Alderman Browning. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. With your vote, you sustain the motion to bring committee substitute 143 in front of us. Madam Clark Hubbard, you may continue.
Okay, thank you so much. I thank everyone for their time today. It was important for us to be able to hear this presentation, hear the impact from the directors, the mayor's administration, and others on where we are to date with our ARPA spending before we delve into what Board Bill 143 Committee Sub will attempt to do, which is reprogram some funds that we know will not be able to be sustained in the funds that they're in now. And many of our colleagues have talked about this. We talked about this even in the conception of some of these programs. So this is our attempt now to work together. As Madam Vice Chair said, I had no intention of asking for a vote today because this is our opportunity to work together as a body, again, with the mayor's administration, with our directors, of the departments that will be administering these funds on being in constant communication and being able to come to realistic goals and outcomes with these allocations. So with that, I do want to bring up Ms. Casey Milberg with the mayor's office to speak to some of the allegations, the presentation on some of the allegations in Board Bill 143 committee sub.
Good afternoon, and thank you. It's been a long day, but thank you so much for your great question engagement on these issues. My name is Casey Milberg. I'm the policy director of Mayor Jones' office and going to do a run through of the various provisions proposed within Board Bill 143. This is reiterative of a slide that you've already previously seen, just re-upping it to emphasize that the city has obligated its ARPA funding across 3 fiscal years across 11 appropriation bills. So programs are continuing to be in various stages of implementation and working to the point to get to implementation. Funds, of course, must be obligated by December 31st, 2024 and expended by December 31st, 2026. So there's two components to this presentation. What are the sources of funding for Board Bill 143? And then what are some of the proposed uses for funding within Board Bill 143? So starting with the sources of funding for Board Bill 143, as we've heard today from departments, these sources come from various departmental priority changes, remaining funds from programs that have ended, or funds not being able to be realized for intended uses. The first example is the Reproductive Equity Fund. Of course, there's ongoing litigation. Part of that was a preliminary injunction that rendered inoperative the specific funding for program support and evaluation and logistical needs. So this is the funding that we're going to be reappropriating for various reproductive health purposes that would not implicate the litigation, as well as some other health-related purposes. I do want to note that some of these other funds, particularly for community needs, were successfully implemented through community partners, which include Parents as Teachers, Almost Home, SSM Health Foundation, Moho Justice / Faith for Justice is the final one. And we have been in communication with our repro community healthcare partners about this reprogramming. Some were present earlier today, but had to leave as the hearing stretched on. They do intend to submit a letter regarding the importance of providing maternal health care for this city. Another source of funding that is going to be reprogramming is expended funds that remain from the Targeted Cash Assistance Program. So we have a little over $153,000 right now that remains. As a reminder, this program provided $500 to about 9,300 residents. Individuals completed online applications that were managed by the United Way. This is the amount that the United Way has let us know is unspent. This remained unspent in spite of many rounds of attempted outreach to recipients to try to encourage them to activate their cards, utilize those funds. So that this amount reflects the cards for about 280 people, or roughly 3% of the total participants of that program who did not activate their cards. The next item is funding from the police department's ARPA overtime. As was previously discussed, the city's been able to consistently meet overtime needs. We have not had to dip into these funds. So I think also big picture, it's important to re-up that. The original appropriation in 2021 was for $5 million. Half of that was reappropriated in 2022 for the Real-Time Crime Center. So this is the remaining need. And again, it just continues to not be needed. We are satisfying it through the general operating fund for the police department. The next line is the $1 million for neighborhood and capital planning. This has been a conversation about, the need to update zoning has been a conversation for a few years. So this is really more of just a priority shift. Additionally, I know part of the neighborhood and capital planning implementation plan was to hire additional staff. That has proven to be difficult. So Planning and Urban Design wants to keep these funds but reprogram them for a comprehensive overhaul of the zoning code. Currently, the Planning Commission has begun to implement the strategic land use plan update, and it's anticipated that this will be complementary to that effort. The next source of funds is one that Slate spoke to today. They've identified a need, a desire, especially from hearing from the community, to reappropriate the approximately $450,000 for job training for software development and data management analytics. They are already meeting this kind of programming need through other programs they have ongoing. And again, the Prison to Prosperity program is something they've heard a lot of community interest about. I'll speak a little bit more about that in the proposed uses of funding section. The CJCC line is a bit just of a broadening up in terms of the wording of what this would be for. The amount is $220,000. The way it's broken out right now is for variously specific kinds of salaries and operational funds. Given the varied work that the CJCC does, the proposal is to just simply broaden it to say salary and operational funds as a holistic category, rather than break it into legal counsel, communications and professional services, Items like legal counsel and communications have so far not been needed. So this would continue to allow flexibility in case those are needed, but broad enough to give them flexibility to meet a variety of community justice needs. And then the final source of funding is the digital literacy, education, and community outreach funding piece. As you've heard CDA speak today, there were some capacity issues at SLPL when it came to implementing, as well as just the overall amount of funding was not necessarily appropriate in order to justify their implementation costs. So in August 21st, CDA sent them a letter essentially calling it and saying, okay, we hear all these concerns. So far the progression of implementing this program has been limited. So that is the final source of funding proposed for Board Bill 143. On to proposed uses. The City of St. Louis currently does have some pretty troubling prematurity rates within the state. We know that the Prematurity Associated Mortality Review Board of Missouri consistently finds that women in Missouri's metro areas are twice as likely to die of pregnancy-related death than those in rural areas. This funding is intended to allow our Department of Health to build a more robust suite of services towards mothers, children, and families holistically. The intended approach is to utilize a combination of education, screening, and treatment to support moms and babies, maternal health education workshops for fathers, increase community knowledge of nutritional needs during pregnancy and baby's first year, as well as really dumping more resources to serve pregnant and postpartum low-income women and people capable of pregnancy with advanced doula services to support improved outcomes. And this is, again, something that we've been in communication with our repro providers on. The next piece is medical debt forgiveness. This is a topic that the Mayor's Office and President's Office have been engaged on for a bit. With rising healthcare costs, and especially coming out of the tail end of COVID-19, there's a lot of medical debt present within any community, but especially we know within lower income communities within the City of St. Louis. There is an organization that has a model that we've been investigating where they are able to essentially buy for pennies on the dollar medical debt of individuals who are residents of the City of St. Louis and really leverage it significantly. It's currently estimated that about $800,000 can alleviate approximately 100 medical debt for potentially 20,000 St. Louis City residents. The conversations so far that the Mayor's Office and President's Office have engaged in with our hospital providers are just to understand what's this volume of medical debt look like? Would you guys have interest in participating? So initial conversations have been productive. We're going to continue to reach out to other provider systems within the city to continue those conversations to see if we can broaden the impact. But that's the high level detail of that intent. The Medical Examiner's Office, they have a mission that's pretty unique within the City of St. Louis. They're responsible for the investigation of all deaths which occur as a result of unusual or suspicious circumstances. They also have certain other deaths that they're responsible for investigating that are under their jurisdiction. They have some capital needs that have been apparent for a while, specifically the overhead lights in the autopsy room have a habit of falling down. So far, none of their staff have been injured and it has not impacted any of the autopsies, but it does continue to happen. It's a safety risk and a worker safety risk as well. So the bulk of this funding would go to address those immediate needs, specifically the lights, and there are some other medical supply needs that they've identified as well. But the primary expense here would be those critical lights. This was something that was considered at one of the Capitol committees late last year. There were just other priorities. So again, this has been a priority that the city's been aware of for a while. The next item is the Regional Violence Reduction Initiative. So in May, the mayor collaborated with East West Gateway Council of Governments, as well as with support from Greater St. Louis, to coordinate a regional crime summit that was convened by East West Gateway that brought together leaders from the city, St. Louis County, St. Charles County, various municipalities. It included elected leaders, police, prosecutors, educators, the business community, human service providers, religious organizations, and outside experts, with the goal of having conversations and beginning a discussion to form a unified strategy to reduce violent crime in the region. Community and business leaders really identified that coming out of the meeting, there really is a need to address this from a regional perspective and that we have to start collaborating a little bit better if we're serious about that. About 2 weeks after that convening, East West Gateway Board unanimously agreed to be part of a violent crime reduction program overseen by a group called the Violence Reduction Center. It's led by a leading criminologist named Thomas Apt. That board entered into a contract to begin more conversation that is slated to begin December 4th through 8th with various elected officials, policymakers, practitioners, and community providers. This funding would be to implement rapidly the projects, the strategies through that convening, technical assistance, training, data analysis, and all of that. The zoning code update has been discussed a little bit today, but to dive into it a little bit more, city's zoning code really has not been comprehensively reviewed and updated since 1950s. It's really been patched together with a combination of different kinds of districts and small text amendments. Our current zoning code reflects some very old methods that do encourage exclusionary restrictions and prioritize separation of specific uses. This conversation has been going on for a while now about the need to really update the zoning code. It causes a proliferation of variances that are granted by an entity called the Board of Adjustment. And they meet weekly in order to keep up with the caseload, but in many cases, they have to wait a month or two for something to get on the agenda. Last year, by way of example, the Board of Adjustment granted about over 300 variances, pardon me. And variances, for those who aren't aware, are deviations or exceptions to the zoning code. And it can only be granted by the Board of Adjustment. So it's certainly something that we know is overdue for revisiting. This funding would go towards a zoning code overhaul. It's also worth mentioning that the city has applied for a federal grant for this work as well to add on top of it in the amount of $1 million. Some initial estimates have said that if we want to do a truly fully comprehensive revisiting of code, that it could take up to $1.8 million, which is why I applied for the additional funding at the federal level. However, if we do not get that grant and we do have the $1 million, we will still be able to do the addressing of the zoning code and updates along those lines as well. Slate visited earlier with us about the Prison Prosperity Program. This is something that they've heard a lot of consistent community in. This was originally implemented in the summer of 2015 in the Slay administration. It continued through the Cruzen administration. And so this would be really bringing that back into practice. The idea of the program is serve youth who are justice involved ages 18 to 25 by meeting them while they are incarcerated, by providing to them in that setting education and employment and training opportunities, continuing those services after they are released, providing mentorship, other educational attainment, vocational attainment, case management, wraparound services like legal mental health services. The last time that the city did this, it did have some success. The state's recidivism rate around that time was about 41%. And the city saw, at least in the first year, about 3% of youth-specific participants reoffending, and then the overall pool of participants reoffending rate was approximately 15%. So this is something the city has tried before, and again, there's some community interest in it. It would be complementary to some other programs that OVP is working on and Slate are working on, but it would not be duplicative of them. And then the CJCC reprogramming, we talked a little bit about this. It's broadening up the line to say salary and operational funds rather than listing specific salary and operational funds, just an acknowledgement of the varied work that they do across the city. On the recreation center programming line, our recreation centers do fantastic work. They've provided after school and expanded hours services. By way of example, we know this need continues to exist. This summer, for example, after the shooting downtown, 2 of the city's recreation centers set forth extended hours that were really highly utilized in partnership with the Mental Health Board. We know as of the end of July's most recent reporting data, so we know the number of youth that have attended programming as of the end of July was about 3,420. The total number of programs conducted during that time period was 62 programs. So we're looking forward to getting the next update on that. But it's also worth mentioning that the cost of participating in sports leagues and sports programs is also increasing. So this funding goes to addressing economic barriers that might otherwise prevent youth in the city from taking advantage of these opportunities. And then, of course, the mayor issued executive order to support trans inclusivity and rights in the city of St. Louis earlier this summer. Part of that was ensuring that when we are providing this kind of programming, that it is inclusive of our trans residents and a safe space for them to participate in sports as well. And then the final piece of this, there has been some conversation about forthcoming rental registry legislation. This funding is associated with a tenant assistance component of that. It would need to be RFP'd out by DHS to a third-party nonprofit organization to administer due to capacity issues. And I know the intended bill sponsor is with us today. I don't know if you want to offer some additional context on the intended purpose of this.
I don't know how that works since I'm also chairing, but I can identify myself to speak. So some of the legislation we're working on, like Ms. Milberg said, is a rental registry that will create essentially a database of sorts of where rental properties are in our city and help the building division to have more accountability for those properties when they're not up to code. And one of the backlashes that we think will happen is as you start to identify, properties that need to bring things up to code, is you may have cases where tenants are forced to relocate, which, can be a huge inconvenience. So the Impacted Tenants Fund meant to be a source of funding to help support them as they have to relocate. And the idea is that essentially the city would provide the initial funds, but the property owners would reimburse the city for the cost of a month's rent is the idea right now with that legislation.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, and I will now turn it over for questions.
And we will go in order of seniority. Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been a very long day. Forgive me, have not eaten either, so my blood pressure or blood sugar is kind of crashing at the moment. But, I'm going to focus more on the proposed expenditures or reappropriation of funds versus where things were. The board bill specifically says in the exhibit that the 2.4 million would go to the Office of Violence Prevention, and the slides that you shared has it going to the Department of Public Safety. So that's a discrepancy between the exhibit and your presentation. It seems like this, based off of the presentation, would be more appropriate under DPS versus OVP.
Sure.
Clarification, please.
Sure, happy to speak to that. So I know that there were some questions relating to what's called cost centers for reporting for ARPA. Every department, for the most part, is its own cost center, but different departments in the city have different cost center breakdowns for ARPA reporting. So there were some initial questions when we filed this about whether we could flag it as just saying DPS, or if we had to specify OVP or another entity. Likely we would update it to say OVP. It's my understanding that they are going to be point entity under DPS that would be leading this collaborative effort on behalf of the city.
So is OVP reporting up through DPS now? I thought we created a separate office so that they were independent of DPS.
Yeah. Again, the way that the cost reporting breaks down for ARPA purposes, we revised it could either be DPS or OVP. So initially we thought, well, sure, DPS, but I think that we would likely want to update that to OVP just based on conversations we've had to clarify that cost reporting piece with the comptroller's office.
Okay. The President of Prosperity program, it sounds wonderful, but how are we ensuring that this isn't duplicative? You said that it's not duplicative, but how are we making sure that it's not? And then also, why wouldn't we capitalize upon similar programs and build off of the success of those programs versus creating something new?
Sure. I think this gets back to, and I'm happy to produce this list. I know we've had a lot of information. OVP and Slate both testified about the different kinds of services that are targeted towards youth. There's currently not one that meets youth in prisons for workforce, continued vocational educational attainment. Slate has certainly year-round youth jobs. Is a great example of a program that they have. They contract services out with Mission St. Louis for educational improvement and attainment, but they don't really have anything that meets youth and young adults who are incarcerated. On the OVP side today, they share that they do have some youth interaction, a youth intervention, a youth treatment programs, and that they also, meet youth who are incarcerated to try to refer them to other programs that could help them get services, but they don't really have anything along these lines either. If it's helpful, we're happy to provide this committee with a listing, a breakdown of youth support programs and youth interaction intervention programs that live under OVP, as well as those that live under Slate.
I certainly would find that helpful, especially since we're, discussing at this point in time giving more money to those types of programs. So, I think we should be critical of how that money is going to be spent, where it's going to be spent, and how we're evaluating outcomes of those programs as well. PDA, they weren't able to hire staff. Is that correct? I mean, I feel like for 15 years now, I've been saying we need more staffing in zoning. We need more at zoning and in PDA, but planning in particular, because we continually do all of these studies, surveys, and plans, and they end up on a shelf somewhere, and they're not incorporated into a comprehensive plan or other planning processes. And so, I mean, this city just spends millions of dollars on planning, and it boggles my mind how we do not utilize those plans in our day-to-day work. I mean, even the Economic Justice Index and the Economic Justice Action Plan, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on that. I struggle sometimes to see how that is being incorporated into our processes. So if planning hasn't been able to hire staff in order to do neighborhood planning, how are we going to ensure that they have the capacity to oversee the revision of our zoning, which is going to touch literally every single corner of this city?
Sure. So a few comments first on the vacancies. So I do want it to be clear that that this would not, cut their staffing in any way. They do still, as you identified, have a lot of vacancies that exist. They do an extraordinary, good and wonderful work for the city. So it certainly is a concern and something that, I think that we would love to see them fully staffed up as well, just given the very important work that they do. One example of a way that they have been able to meet a real need of the city, in spite of those staffing issues, has been with the strategic, land use planning. They've been able to, I know, do RFP it out with some supportive partners. So, that could be one option. Certainly, their staff would be involved in any conversation about the zoning code update because they are the experts.
Okay, I don't know if that necessarily answers my question in terms of how we're going to be able to ensure that if we appropriated $1 million for zoning code updates, how we're going to be able to ensure a process that's going to actually touch each of the neighborhoods that the zoning plan will impact. So I do have questions about that I'll try to take up.
Sure.
as we
And
go through
I
this
maybe didn't
process.
understand the question as being the neighborhood specific piece. If there's thoughts that you'd like to share about things part of that process, we're certainly receptive to I think that in terms of, that neighborhood involvement piece, frankly, don't have that information when it comes to the zoning code update, but I know that they do take a holistic approach in terms of making sure that neighborhood voices are reflected. We're happy to have that conversation and also to circle back with their staff to see if that's something that they do have information on, but that just I didn't get access to for the purposes of.
Yeah, I mean, respectfully, I mean, we're talking about zoning changes now currently that are pending board bills before this body. I sit on the planning commission. I've sat on the planning commission for the better part of a decade or more at this point. And literally at the planning commission, when those zoning changes were proposed, we had one individual that came to that hearing to testify with respect to those zoning changes. That is not community engagement. That is not, getting public testimony. Having one individual show up and testify on, any type of zoning change in the city of St. Louis is just appalling, in my opinion. And, if we're talking about spending $1 million on updating our zoning code, I would expect a robust planning process that's associated with that actually touches every part of our city, because zoning touches every part of our city. So I would want to make sure that that happens. And, so conversation to be continued. The CJCC, can we, it's not a lot of money. It's $220,000, which, I mean, it is a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, when we've been talking about, almost 500 million, it's not a lot of money. But is this just for the city of St. Louis, and is it just for salary and staff? Because I mean, I'm seeing funding, salary, staff, operational funds to. Can you specifically, what is that 220,000 for? Are they short money? I mean, it sounds, for executive director, has not needed to use funding for legal counsel, communications, et cetera. Like what do they need the money for? Gesundheit.
Sure. So this is the remainder of funds that have been appropriated to them for specific kinds of salary and operational funds. Again, the legal counsel, that piece just has not been necessary so far. I'm not sure I have more detail on that specific line item, but I'm happy to dig in a little bit and get their perspective on why hiring a legal counsel has not been needed. Communications, there's been a lot of in-person meetings, in-person conversations and networking. They have not needed that specific line. I mean, it could still be used after the, if this is broadened up, it could still be used for any communications engagement purposes that would be needed. And then, professional services just sort of lumped in as, a catch-all there. So again, this is just continued. There's an executive director. This would just be continued operations. But again, there hasn't really been the need for the legal counsel. And my understanding is that communications have not really been, impeded. So this would be broadening up for continuing existing purposes to meet a lot of the different needs and a lot of the different entities that they're able to interact with in the city. Yes, the CJCC currently consists of an executive director who interacts with our courts, circuit attorney's office, community groups, law enforcement. Trying to think if there's anyone else, the prosecutor offices. So they do a lot of broad reaching work within the city. And the thinking with this is just broadening up to, instead of those specific kinds of salary and operational funds, just the broad category of salary and operational funds.
Okay. And then Parks and Rec, I have always supported, let's throw as much money as we can at Parks and Recreation, but just where specifically, 'cause we have, 109 parks. The recreation division, operates rec centers, obviously, but then they have recreation programs that they do outside of rec centers. So, is this focused mostly at the centers? And if that's the case, which ones?
Sure, no specific centers are identified. This would give them the flexibility to do indoor, outdoor as they see fit. Yeah, I don't believe that there's any specific rec centers that have been identified to receive these fundings. It's to support that broader programming. I can imagine that with the winter months approaching, that should this bill pass within the next before the end of the year, say that most of this funding could be put towards the more indoor programming in light of the weather. But right now, it's not specific for. Actually, it is. I'm so sorry. It is for. No, it's going to be for indoor. There could be flexibility for outdoor if the funding stretches into warmer months as well.
Well, I don't see where you're saying it's specifically for indoor, because there's several items that are on your presentation that are outdoor. I mean,
Right.
Marquette does.
It could be for indoor or outdoor. So again, the point being that if this would pass by the end of the year, the more point, given it would be winter, would likely be using it for more indoor activities. But of course, if this funding were to be reappropriated for this purpose and to stretch into warmer months, it could certainly be used for outdoor programming as well.
Okay. Who will be working on the recreation programs? I mean, my understanding is our long-term serving director of recreations is retiring. I think I got an invitation. Retirement party? Am I the only one? Okay. Hopefully I'm not speaking out of school here. So who would be administering the recreation programs and relationships and deciding which centers? Because each center has their own manager and all that kind of stuff. So
Sure.
how is that going to be determined?
Sure. I was not aware that somebody was retiring, so I'm not able to speak to who would succeed that, but I'm happy to ask our director of operations and others if they have insight on if that successor person has been identified.
Great. Thank you. And I didn't catch who, but thank you to the BOA staff who heard my calls for food and brought me an Almond Joy to satisfy my blood sugar. I didn't catch it out of the corner of my eye, but very much appreciated. Thank you. And thank you to my colleague for earlier providing me a Reese's cup. The peanut butter was much necessary. Thank you.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. Alderman Cohn asked a lot of the specific questions about the specific allocations. I think my question is a little bit broader to, we have $510 million of allocations of American Rescue Plan Act funds, and this is $5 million, a very small portion by comparison. Is this the only money that needs to be reallocated?
What I would say is right now there is, this is the pool of funding that's been very clearly identified by departments as not being operational for the intended use anymore. I could imagine in the future there will be more funds that will need to be reappropriated. But in terms of departments bringing items to our attention and being able to say, yeah, we can call this one, this is that pool of funding right now.
Yeah, I see. Thank you. I see that in one of the CDA digital literacy slide, it notes that there was, a contact made on June 5th, and then nobody heard from anyone again for 2 months in terms of what was going to happen with that allocation. One of the reasons I brought up during the presentation, wanting to hear more consistent reporting on American Rescue Plan Act funds, is because, we had one portion of it that said, for the building stabilization, it's 101 days from when these buildings are identified to when they're funded. I think my concern is that we're going to get to midway through 2024, and we are going to have, potentially a lot of money that is needing to be reallocated quickly, and the ability to reallocate it and program it by the end of 2024 is going to be very difficult. We are definitely, it seems like we have a lot of time, but we're really in crunch time. So, are there future presentations already scheduled that we're going to keep hearing? And what are there funds that have drop dead dates, for lack of a better term, that is the trigger for us to reallocate? Are there a slew of projects that are going to be shovel ready at that time to just fund? I guess I'm interested a little bit more in the planning of this moving forward.
Sure. I think that's a fantastic flag to make, and a great question that I think is on everyone's minds. I think that it's because there were 11 different ordinances that were passed at so many different times in the city. I mean, you think about the way the state of Missouri did their ARPA appropriation. I mean, they did it all in one bill, 1 year, reappropriated it, one bill the next year. In some ways, the city has the advantage because we do have these different pieces of legislation that were passed at different time, and that means that we can reevaluate things at different points. I know department directors and division directors are continuing to monitor all these hawkishly, and if contractors are not really responding and engaging, they're monitoring that and being very vigilant about that. Internally, I know that we have people in our office too, a team in our office that is working to really keep tabs on this and have those conversations. As we meet with department heads, on a weekly basis, and sometimes more often than that, about how is this going, to really keep that, that tab on it. So there's also the team that's, doing the monitoring, for the city's website, as well as a sort of additional layer of, oversight and diligence over this. I think everyone's very mindful that, there's a ticking clock that's going to come up. It's really important to meet by December 31st, 2024. And that's, the key there is going to be, are we confident that these partners can implement this through 2026? And so that's going to be the really big focus question that I think the administration is going to be focusing on, which is, okay, you've been obligated these funds, or maybe are these funds even going to be able to be obligated in a way that's going to satisfy that federal deadline. So that's something that we're monitoring as well. And I know that there's some interest expressed today in terms of, how does this engagement continue with, this committee, with the broader board, and the administration on keeping tabs on, okay, what's the status of things moving forward. I think that we would love to hear, more thoughts about, from your guys' perspective about that. And I think that we're also committed to continuing to provide those updates as soon as we start getting those indications from our departments saying, yeah, okay, this one really isn't working as well as we thought it would, or we got to call this, or this one just doesn't seem to be, progressing as quickly.
Thank you. Yeah, I think more standard, more updates would be really, really helpful for me. I guess I'm wondering too, we heard from Rich Radley during the last presentation that there are projects that are going to fall short, that we know aren't going to have the money that they need to be completed. Why are we allocating money to, or I guess, why is this bill attempting to allocate money towards new or expanding new programs instead of making sure that everything that we had wanted to get funded can happen?
Sure. So going into this reappropriation, those questions about how, are we going to be able to meet this deadline, or even more paramount, when the initial appropriations happened, a little bit longer of a time frame, a little bit more, okay, we can give this a good shot, allow it a little bit of time. Certainly the conversations with all of these items have been very intensive about, can we for sure get this money allocated, appropriated, out the door? And so all these programs, we do believe, yes, that we can get them allocated, appropriated, out the door, that we can deadlines. That's been very much a part of this conversation. It's 5.8 million, and most of these are smaller sums of money where there are, some, plans and deadlines that we can point to say, or, previous implementation experience that we can point to say, hey, we know how this works. We have experience with this as a city, or to say, okay, there's, this event that's going to kick off in December, and then we can look towards, beginning in the next year. So that is something that we are very mindfully screening for with this bill, and we'll be having intensive conversations about moving forward with any reappropriation that has to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. I think I just want to make sure that I've said that every time we have talked about American Rescue Plan Act reallocations, I've said that I want to see any money that's reallocated going to our infrastructure, especially in our water division, knowing that city just raised rates on folks, and to then see reallocations towards some new things. It's tough for me, especially when we just heard that there are things that aren't going to have enough money. I know this is only $5 million, and those are giant expenditures. The traffic calming is over 20 million of money for traffic calming. I don't know off the top of my head how much they told us for streets, but it's a lot. And so this is a smaller amount, and I do understand that. I just wanted to state for the record that this is not what I expected to see. I expected to see a presentation on American Rescue Act funds and how the allocations have, been, obviously I know how the allocations have been made, but how the money's been programmed, what's been expended, and then a conversation about where the money needs to go. I didn't necessarily expect to have a list of things already ready, especially when they're not all things that we've been talking about. And while I'm interested in supporting tenants, we don't even have that bill introduced yet. So to allocate funds to a bill that doesn't exist or a program that doesn't exist, we don't know if it'll pass, is odd. The medical debt piece to me seems like we got that information from the RAM survey, therefore it's on this bill, as opposed to this is a well-documented city need. So I think there's a little bit more to dig into on this, and I really appreciate your time and the incredible wealth of information that you are. Thank you.
So I think a lot of my questions were asked. I think the only question I really want to ask is probably along the lines of what Alderwoman Schweitzer said. I think it would be helpful, similar to what we're doing for RAM settlement, like if alders, I know that they have ideas, and I would imagine that what Alderwoman Schweitzer is raising about like how were these things selected, what about things that were previously raised, not for me as much as someone who's a new alder, but would you say that like what should an alder do, because obviously we're in reappropriation phase, it needs to happen. What should an alder do if they have some things that they're interested in getting on this list? Like if Alderwoman Schweitzer wants to see infrastructure, should they email the mayor's office, or what should the steps, like are you guys engaging in conversation with alders about what they would like to see reappropriations for? And if so, what should they do to begin that?
Sure. So I know some of the pieces in there, I know specifically medical debt and the rental registry component. I know those are conversations that stemmed from interactions with the president's office. We are always happy to visit with alders about any items that they may be interested in. Whether it's emailing myself, the Director of Operations, Nancy Cross, Jared Boyd, Chief of Staff, Grace Kyung, Special Advisor to the Mayor. We have a whole team in the office who, if you get to one of us and you say, oh, I want to talk about something, yeah, we're happy to set up a meeting and consider that for sure.
Okay, I think then maybe it's just worth thinking about, Madam Chair is not here, but when Madam Chair returns, maybe it's just worth thinking about sending out an email reminder to all others to say, we're in reappropriation phase. We really would love to hear your ideas of what you're interested in seeing. Maybe that would be just helpful for folks, because I feel like that's going to come up, especially as Board Bill 143 moves forward. The only other question that I have really about what's in front of me is I would love to see for the CJC, where it is just $220,000 moved around. One question that I want to ask, and I already know, but I want to say it publicly: the jail locks have been complete, correct?
I am not involved in that side, so I don't want to misspeak. I don't know if we have. Yeah.
We will triple check that, but in Rich's presentation from earlier today, he said that the CJ investments are all complete.
Okay. And then maybe it would just be helpful for me to see, since some of this is to cover CJC salary and operation, is it possible that we could see like an organizational chart or something that shows like what it was versus what the proposal is to change it to? I'm just not aware as much of what it was previously, so I'd like to see what the proposed changes are.
Yeah, sure. We can also get a list too, in addition to that, a list of just, they do, I know. Oh. All right. Fresh mics to close it out. Yeah, we can also, in addition to that, get you, I know that we get a lot of questions in our office too about, well, what is the CJC? We hear a lot of that in the community. So I know that we have some resources we prepare in that too that we can share in addition to that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That would be helpful. That concludes it for my questions. I guess with that, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, you'll close?
Well, just thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. It's been such a long hearing. We know this is a lot, but these are really important conversations to have, really important questions to be asking. We truly appreciate all the questions that everyone in our administration and all of our staff have been asked today, and look forward to getting you guys more information soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just close out that I thank you for all your questions. And Alderwoman Slicer, you brought up some very valid points about time, right? And we're on time crunch. Are we not on a time crunch? We really are on a time crunch when you talk about if you program and when you hear from these programs and you believe in these programs and you think they're going to work, but then they don't. And then come back. And then it's our responsibility to do our due diligence and move forward on that. So you all know me, you know how important I believe the committee hearing is when we're doing this legislation. It was definitely on my list to share this committee hearing with all of our colleagues and use this week to move forward and work together collectively. Again, knowing that some of these ideas did come directly from what would have been our representation of the body, which is our president's office, but then bringing us into the conversation now, not just in committee, but in our full body as well. So I'll be sharing this with our colleagues. Some of the questions that I have gotten that have already been addressed in the presentation, which is why I shifted to have the presentation first, was about and around police overtime, about and around the fund, the proactive fund. Not the proactive fund, it's been a long day too for me, but the reproductive, thank you, it's running together, the reproductive fund. And I was honored to have conversations with our former colleague, Alderwoman Annie Rice, about that, because I knew the passion in that, but that she had an initial vision, and now how we can move it forward. So thank you again for taking this time out today. Thank all of the presenters and the speakers for taking the time out today. I am hoping to have a vote on this next week. So again, I'm going to share this today with our colleagues and hopefully have conversations over the week for if there are any changes. But again, I did speak to realistic outcomes and realistic changes we can do with this amount of money in this amount of time. And so I think that Alderwoman Schweizer's question, if we can make sure we secure those BPS projects that need to still be completed and see if there is any opportunity in there where we can shift and fill in some of those gaps, I think will be first and foremost, because I agree. And with that, I will close.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
All right. No resolutions, no committee discussions, no announcements, other than I will reiterate again what Mr. Boyd said about the Guaranteed Basic Income pilot program application being open. Please make sure that anybody in your networks that can take advantage of that, that they go in and fill out that application between today, right now, when you hear this, and tomorrow at 5 o'clock. In the hearing, oh yes, I'll let you.
My announcement is that we have a hearing for Board Bills 126, Board Bills 127, and Board Bills 128 tomorrow right here at 6 p.m.
All right, we were all present, so we don't need any excused members, so I'll accept the motion for adjournment.
One moment, I do have a written testimony that was submitted
Oh, I'm sorry.
by Abortion Action Missouri.
Okay.
And then we can proceed. Did you want me to read it out or?
Yes, please.
Chair, Vice Chair members, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit the testimony today in support of Board Bill 143. Abortion Act Missouri works to protect and expand every Missourian's right to bodily autonomy, to access essential reproductive health care, to access accurate information in order to make the best decisions for ourselves and our families, and to parent our children in safety and dignity. For individuals who want to start or grow their families in Missouri, our state remains one of the most dangerous to give birth. Missouri ranks 44th in the country for maternal mortality, and Black birthing parents are 3 to 4 times more likely to die within a year of pregnancy than their white counterparts. For many reasons, including structural racism and implicit bias in medicine, the closure of nearly 10 rural hospitals and maternity wards in Missouri since 2014, a growing number of people falling in the insurance gap, and continued attacks on abortion and reproductive health care access. The maternal and infant mortality rates in Missouri continue to rival that of both peer and less resourced nations. In short, restrictions on reproductive health can lead to poor reproductive health outcomes. The goal of the Reproductive Equality Fund was to address these inequity funds, was to address these inequities in access to health care and support pregnant people in all of their options. The same persons across their reproduction lives has a variety of needs, from carrying a pregnancy to term, choosing abortion, and experiencing miscarriage. The STL Reproductive Equity Fund was designed to allocate ARPA funds to support access to the reproductive health care services identified as highest access to doulas and health advocates, support for establishing chest feeding in the postpartum period, and access to mental health care throughout pregnancy and postpartum. Today's forced reallocation of $500,000 of these funds to grow support for St. Louisans' access to doula care, lactation support, and general pregnancy care broadly fulfills the intended goal of the original allocation in centering the needs of pregnant St. Louisans. However, St. Louisans seek abortions are still in crises. This forced reallocation of funds as a result of an anti-abortion politicians circumventing the will of the people to advance their own political agendas. U.S. Senator Eric Schmidt, formerly Attorney General, unelected Attorney General Andrew Bailey, Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft are brazen and forthcoming with their intentions to gum up every opportunity for Missourians to take their lives into their own hands in supporting access to abortion. Time and again, the politicians that make up our anti-abortion supermajority and arms of the state have weaponized their power to thwart St. Louis's rights to make their own decisions about bodies, lives, and futures. Public health is in crises in the United States, and as with so many issues, those most harmed are those often left behind by our institutions. People surviving paycheck to paycheck. Black people are people of color, immigrants, young people, those with disabilities, and the LGBTQ community. We are grateful to bill sponsor Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard and this body for continuing to center the needs of pregnant people and those most often left behind by our systems and politicians. The people closest to the problem should always be the people closest to the solution. We urge your support of this reallocation of $500,000 from Ordinance 71554 to Board Bill 143 to allow the city's Department of Health maternal and child health program to improve public health systems to meet the needs of St. Louis City's mothers, children, and their families.
All right, thank you so much for reading that out for us into the record. And with that, I'll accept the motion for adjournment. A second in previous role. Thank you so much. Everybody have a blessed day.